Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Take a breath, loosen your mind, and if it helps, close your eyes as we drift back, way back, to a world where knowledge wore a toga and every question could start a revolution. The air hums with debate, the sea breeze carries the scent of olives and ambition, and somewhere beneath the Athenian sun, a barefoot thinker is about to change how humanity thinks forever. This isn't just history. It's the birthplace of curiosity itself. So sit back, relax, and let's step into the world of the Greek philosophers, where wisdom was a weapon and ideas were immortal. The first thing you notice isn't the marble or the statues, it's the noise. Athens, 5th century BCE, hums like a hive made of sunlight and opinion. Philosophers argue in the market square, fishmongers shout over them, and somewhere a group of students nod solemnly, pretending to understand everything. The air smells like olive oil, ambition, and faint arrogance. Welcome to the birthplace of Western philosophy, where every second person thinks they've solved the meaning of life, and the other half are still trying to define meaning. It's easy to romanticize it now, white columns, flowing robes, minds glowing with reason. But back then, philosophy wasn't neat or noble. It was messy, loud, and occasionally fatal. These weren't professors hiding behind podiums. They were street performers of thought, tossing questions like daggers and waiting to see who bled truth first. Their classrooms were open air, their textbooks were arguments, and their tuition fees often involved wine and patience. You can picture it, the agora, Athens' beating heart, pulsing with traders, politicians, and thinkers. Every stone worn smooth by feet, chasing both profit and wisdom. Somewhere among the stalls of figs and amphorae stands a man with no shoes, no fear, and way too many questions. Socrates. He doesn't look impressive, not like the sculpted heroes carved into nearby temples. But when he opens his mouth, worlds tilt. "What is justice?" he asks, casually, as if he just asked where the restroom is. The question hangs there, heavier than any sword. The people around him exchange looks, uncomfortable. They've never been asked to define what they claim to live by. This was the magic of Greek philosophy. It wasn't about answers. It was about the audacity to ask. The ancient Greeks believed knowledge wasn't a possession. It was a pursuit, an eternal chase through shadows and sunlight. The gods may have ruled Olympus, but the philosophers ruled reason. And in a world where myths explained thunder and politics decided truth, that was revolutionary. You can feel it in the rhythm of the city. The stonemasons debating fate as they carve temple walls, the poets arguing whether beauty or truth matters more, the teenagers quoting Socrates at their parents and getting grounded for insolence. Athens wasn't just a city, it was a laboratory for the mind. Every conversation was an experiment. Every disagreement was a spark. And somehow, between the chaos of democracy and the echo of sandals on marble, humanity discovered thinking as an art form. Socrates himself was a paradox, part saint, part troll. He never wrote a single word, yet his student Plato would immortalize him in dialogues that outlived empires. Socrates' weapon wasn't a sword, but a question sharpened to perfection. "The only thing I know," he'd say, "is that I know nothing." Imagine hearing that in a time when everyone claimed to know everything. It wasn't humility, it was intellectual anarchy. He dismantled certainty, stripped pride from politicians, and forced Athens to confront the idea that wisdom begins where ego ends. The city didn't love him for it. Philosophy may have been born in Greece, but self-awareness was still under construction. When you tell powerful people they might be wrong, they rarely send thank you notes. Socrates' relentless questioning eventually earned him enemies among the elite. His trial became the ultimate irony. A man executed for teaching others how to think. Forced to drink hemlock, he died calmly, still debating until the poison numbed his voice. That image, a philosopher dying for truth in a world addicted to comfort, burned itself into history. Plato, his student, turned that tragedy into transformation. Imagine him, young, furious, watching his mentor die and deciding that Athens wasn't worthy of truth yet. So he built a new world, a world of ideas. His academy became the first university, his philosophy a blueprint for thought itself. He believed reality wasn't just what we saw, it was what we could understand. To Plato, this world was only a shadow of something higher, something purer. Somewhere beyond the cave walls of our perception burned the light of truth, and philosophy was the journey toward it. The story of the cave became legend. Prisoners chained in darkness mistake flickering shadows for reality until one escapes, sees the sun, and realizes everything he knew was illusion. He returns to free the others, only to be mocked, ignored, or killed. Sound familiar? It's Socrates all over again. Truth always inconvenient, always blinding to those still in the dark. Plato wasn't just describing metaphysics. He was describing humanity's eternal problem. We love comfort more than clarity. But for all his celestial thinking, Plato still walked on dirt. He understood politics, art, love, and the fragility of human behavior. His dialogues read like conversations overheard in a cafe that just happens to be 2,400 years old. He asked not what the world was, but what it ought to be. His Republic imagined a society ruled by philosophers, wise, just, and allergic to corruption. Of course, that utopia never quite made it past the planning stage, but the dream itself would echo through centuries of thinkers, reformers, and daydreamers who believed knowledge could save us from ourselves. And then came Aristotle, the student who outgrew the master. Where Plato soared among ideals, Aristotle planted his feet firmly on earth. He was the ultimate organizer of thought, cataloguing everything from logic to biology to ethics with the calm precision of a man alphabetizing reality. He believed truth wasn't hiding in some divine realm of forms, but right here in the world, waiting to be observed. He studied motion, emotion, virtue, and even how plays should end. If Plato built the dream, Aristotle drafted the manual. Between them, they shaped everything we now call knowledge. Modern science, politics, psychology, all trace their roots to these Athenian afternoons. Even when the empire crumbled, when Rome rose and religion rewrote the rules, their words survived. Because philosophy wasn't about marble statues or academic prestige, it was about the unbreakable human urge to understand. Stand in Athens today and close your eyes. The voices are still there, Socrates' defiance, Plato's imagination, Aristotle's logic, carried by the wind through the ruins of the agora. They don't just belong to history. They belong to anyone who's ever asked why, anyone who's looked at the world and thought, there must be more. Greek philosophy was never a relic. It was a rebellion, a refusal to stop asking, even when the answers hurt. And somewhere, beneath the endless blue of the Mediterranean sky, the conversation continues. You walk through the Athenian streets and realize philosophy isn't confined to marble halls or dusty scrolls. It lives in the way people argue over bread prices, how poets flirt with metaphysics between verses, and how every thinker, drunk or sober, believes they've cracked the secret of happiness. Greece didn't just birth philosophy, it made it a spectator sport. The crowd didn't cheer for who was right, they cheered for who asked the better question. Somewhere between the temple steps and the tavern tables, the human mind learned to stretch, to doubt, to dare. But Greek philosophy didn't stay locked in the city that invented democracy. It evolved, branched out, and rebelled against itself. Every generation of thinkers took what came before and asked, really though? After Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle came a wave of philosophers who weren't just interested in truth, but in survival. Because what's the point of knowing the nature of reality if you still can't handle Monday? Cue the Stoics. Imagine them as the life coaches of the ancient world, minus the Instagram quotes. They believed wisdom wasn't about knowing everything, but about controlling what you can and accepting what you can't. The founder, Zeno of Citium, started the movement in the most relatable way possible, by losing everything. Shipwrecked and broke, he wandered into Athens, stumbled into a bookstore, and discovered philosophy. Not a bad consolation prize. Zeno began teaching in a public colonnade called the Stoa Poikile, the painted porch. That's where Stoicism got its name. His lessons echoed through the pillars: virtue, reason, and resilience. He taught that the universe operates on logos, a divine rational order, and that peace comes not from avoiding chaos, but from mastering yourself amid it. To a Stoic, your emotions aren't your enemies, but unruly servants. Keep them in line, and you can endure anything: heartbreak, hunger, even history itself. The Stoics saw virtue as the only true good. Wealth, power, pleasure, those were just distractions dressed in gold. What mattered was character, the steady flame that no storm could snuff out. Later thinkers like Seneca, Epictetus, and Emperor Marcus Aurelius carried that torch through the centuries. Picture Marcus, sitting in his war tent under the cold Roman night, writing meditations not for the public, but for himself. "You have power over your mind," he wrote, "not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." It's advice, still printed on coffee mugs, still whispered in therapy rooms, still timeless. The Stoics didn't just survive adversity, they turned it into a philosophy. But not everyone agreed that life was best spent in self-control and solemn reflection. Across town, Epicurus was hosting what might have been the ancient world's most misunderstood dinner party. His philosophy of pleasure was so often confused with hedonism that people still use Epicurean to describe someone who orders the expensive wine. But Epicurus wasn't preaching indulgence. He was teaching peace. His garden school was a sanctuary of simplicity. There, men and women, yes, women, which was radical at the time, sat together and discussed happiness over bread, cheese, and laughter. For Epicurus, pleasure didn't mean excess. It meant the absence of pain, both physical and mental. True pleasure, he said, came from friendship, moderation, and freedom from fear, especially the fear of gods and death. "Death is nothing to us," he wrote, "because when we exist, death is not, and when death exists, we are not." The kind of logic that makes you blink twice and then oddly feel better about your entire existence. Epicurus believed the good life wasn't loud or luxurious. It was calm. The joy of a simple meal, the company of loyal friends, and the quiet realization that most of our suffering is optional. His message was radical in a world obsessed with glory and power. Happiness isn't out there in temples or trophies. It's in your mind, in your backyard, maybe even in your ability to not check what your neighbor is doing. While Stoics stood firm against fate, Epicureans danced around it, choosing peace over struggle. Yet both schools agreed on one thing. Happiness wasn't about what happened to you. It was about how you responded. In that sense, Greek philosophy was already centuries ahead of modern psychology. Cognitive behavioral therapy, Stoic, mindfulness, Epicurean. Even self-help books owe their DNA to those who sat beneath olive trees and asked why humans insist on suffering unnecessarily. But Greek wisdom wasn't all calm detachment and polite reasoning. Some philosophers preferred chaos. Diogenes of Sinope, for instance, turned rebellion into performance art. He lived in a barrel, carried a lantern in daylight, looking for an honest man, and once told Alexander the Great to move out of his sunlight. He believed civilization itself was the problem, that society had corrupted natural human virtue. If Socrates questioned Athens, Diogenes mocked it. He was the world's first professional cynic, literally. The word cynic comes from kynikos, meaning dog-like, because Diogenes thought dogs lived more honestly than people. He ate, slept, and spoke without shame, proving that freedom was the ability to need nothing. His philosophy was part comedy, part protest, part divine madness. And yet, buried in his absurdity was a truth even emperors couldn't ignore. When you own nothing, nothing owns you. In an age of luxury and excess, his defiance became its own kind of wisdom. Greek philosophy was full of contradictions like that. Idealists and realists, dreamers and skeptics, ascetics and pleasure seekers. But that was its strength. It wasn't one voice preaching truth from a mountain. It was a chorus arguing, laughing, disagreeing, and somehow finding harmony in discord. They didn't worship answers. They worshipped the search. Step back for a moment and think about how wild that is. Before the Greeks, knowledge belonged to priests and kings, wrapped in myth and ritual. But here were citizens, fishermen, slaves, even soldiers debating ethics and the cosmos like equals. They weren't trying to appease the gods. They were trying to understand themselves. The shift was seismic. For the first time, reason became sacred. Philosophy became the great equalizer, an open invitation to think. It whispered that truth wasn't inherited. It had to be earned, wrestled from confusion, and shaped by dialogue. That's why so many Greek ideas survived when empires fell. You can burn temples, but you can't burn a question. By the time the Golden Age dimmed, the seeds had already scattered. Greek philosophy found new homes in Rome, in the deserts of Arabia, in the monasteries of medieval Europe. It mingled with religion, with science, with art, morphing but never dying. The Stoics became saints, the Epicureans became humanists, and the old Athenian debates turned into the intellectual DNA of the modern world. Every time someone asks what happiness means, or what makes life good, or how to live without fear, they're unknowingly walking the same marble streets as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. As night falls over Athens, the marketplace grows quiet. The last rays of sun turn the Parthenon gold, and the air cools, heavy with history. Somewhere, a teacher still speaks softly to a circle of students, their faces lit by torchlight, their questions endless. They don't know that their words will outlast empires, that centuries later, people across the world will still quote their thoughts on virtue and truth. They're just trying to make sense of being alive. And maybe that's the real wisdom of Greek philosophy. Not the theories, not the systems, but the courage to wonder out loud, to live as if the mind were a temple and every question a prayer. The gods of Olympus may have faded into myth, but the philosophers remain eternal. Their wisdom hums beneath every classroom, every conversation, every sleepless night spent thinking about the meaning of it all. Somewhere in the silence between stars, you can almost hear it. The echo of a question older than time, still waiting for an answer. You hear him before you see him. A gravelly voice in the middle of the Athenian agora, cutting through the noise of merchants and goats like a philosopher-shaped thunderclap. The man looks nothing like the legends say wisdom should look. No robe of silk, no golden laurel, no radiant aura of divinity, just an old man with a nose that could start wars and a beard that's seen too many bad decisions. This is Socrates, the man who turned thinking into a full-contact sport. He's not rich, not noble, not handsome. But when he speaks, the crowd gathers like moths to a flickering lamp. He doesn't shout. He just asks questions, and somehow that's enough to unravel entire worldviews before lunchtime. "What is justice?" he says to a soldier. The soldier shrugs, mutters something about fairness. Socrates nods, politely dismantles it, and before long the man looks like he just discovered gravity by tripping over it. That's the thing about Socrates. He doesn't teach, he midwifes ideas, pulling truth out of other people's minds like a doctor delivering uncomfortable honesty. He calls it elenchus, the art of questioning. To him, Knowledge isn't something you memorize. It's something you birth through dialogue, pain, and occasional humiliation. He calls himself ignorant, but it's a tactical move. The moment you think you know something, Socrates gently hands you your own contradictions like a mirror you didn't ask for. The marketplace becomes his classroom. Politicians, poets, craftsmen, no one is safe. He'll stop you mid-errand and ask what courage means, what love really is, whether virtue can be taught, and why you keep voting for people who clearly shouldn't be in charge. His questions sting because they reveal the hollowness of certainty. He isn't trying to embarrass anyone. He's trying to wake them up. Athens, with its temples and democracy, prides itself on wisdom, but Socrates suspects it's been running on autopilot, and he's right. The more he questions, the more people realize how little they know. The politicians hate it. The poets roll their eyes. The youth, though, they love it. To them, Socrates is a rock star of reason, a rebel who fights ignorance not with swords, but syllogisms. He teaches them to think, to challenge, to doubt. In a city built on opinion, he's building something far more dangerous, independent minds. But the gods have a sense of irony, and Athens, once the cradle of philosophy, grows tired of its own profit. The city that celebrated democracy decides that too much free thought is bad for business. They accuse him of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods. Imagine that, a man executed not for violence, but for asking questions. In the grand theatre of human history, this is Act 1 of We Can't Handle the Truth. The trial of Socrates is pure drama. No weapons, no armies, just words, the same weapon he's always wielded. He defends himself with calm brilliance, turning the court into another classroom. "I only know that I know nothing," he says, and somehow that single sentence slices through the ages like a philosopher's blade. He refuses to beg for mercy or tone down his defiance. The jury, predictably offended, votes for death. And so Athens, in all its wisdom, decides to silence the man who defined it. They give him the choice, exile or execution. He chooses the cup, a small bowl of hemlock, a poison fit for martyrs. His students gather around, their faces pale. Plato, the young idealist, watches every word, every gesture, knowing this moment will burn itself into eternity. Socrates takes the cup, thanks his executioner, and drinks. No screaming, no grand speeches, just calm acceptance. He spends his last breaths discussing the soul, philosophy, and the immortality of truth. His body grows cold, but his ideas ignite. The city sleeps that night, unaware it has killed its conscience. The marketplace is quieter the next morning, fewer arguments, fewer questions. But something has changed. The echo of his voice lingers, refusing to die. In his absence, Athens feels smaller, dimmer. The man who claimed to know nothing had given humanity its first real method for finding truth: relentless questioning, the Socratic method. It's hard to overstate how seismic that was. Before Socrates, wisdom was inherited from gods, myths, or authority. After him, wisdom became personal. It wasn't handed down, it was dug up, one question at a time. His method became the blueprint for science, law, debate, and education itself. Every time a teacher asks, "Why do you think that?" or a child refuses to accept an easy answer, you can almost hear him smiling in the background. But Socrates wasn't just a teacher. He was a mirror held up to humanity's vanity. He believed the examined life was the only one worth living, not because he was obsessed with self-improvement, but because he knew ignorance was the default setting of the human condition. "Know thyself," the Delphic oracle had once declared. Socrates made it a mission statement. He stripped knowledge of arrogance, showing that real wisdom begins in humility. His enemies saw arrogance in his questions. They mistook his courage for insolence, his skepticism for heresy. But in truth, He was one of the few men who ever lived by the courage of his intellect. In a city of politicians who feared being wrong, Socrates made being wrong sacred, the first step toward truth. That terrified them. It still terrifies people today. If you met him now, you'd probably find him both infuriating and irresistible. He'd ask why you believe what you believe, then peel your logic like an onion until all that's left is the raw nerve of doubt. You'd hate it. Then you'd thank him later. He'd walk barefoot through your city, unbothered by wealth or status, sipping cheap wine and dismantling influences. He'd be banned from Twitter in under an hour. What made Socrates extraordinary wasn't that he had answers. It was that he had the courage to admit he didn't, and still search anyway. In his time, that humility was revolutionary. In ours, it still is. He taught that philosophy wasn't about knowing the truth, it was about loving it enough to never stop looking. And maybe that's the lesson Athens missed when it handed him the poison. The greatest danger to a society isn't ignorance, it's the illusion of knowledge. Socrates saw it coming, and for his trouble, he became history's most ironic martyr. Yet the irony doesn't end with his death, because killing him didn't kill his ideas, it multiplied them. His students carried his method like wildfire, spreading it through centuries. From Plato to Aristotle to modern thinkers, every philosophy that values reason over dogma bears his fingerprint. In a strange way, his execution was his final lesson. Truth cannot be executed. It only transforms. When night falls again on the city that silenced him, the stars look down on an empty prison cell. Somewhere, a young philosopher lights a lamp, picks up a scroll, and begins to write. The words are still warm from grief, but they glow with purpose. Let us imagine a conversation, the young man writes, between a teacher and his friends about justice, love, and the soul. His name is Plato, and his teacher, his friend, will never die as long as words exist. The prison cell is empty now, but the echo of that hemlock night still clings to Athens like a shadow that won't fade. Among the mourners stands a young man with eyes like polished marble, calm but burning from within. His name is Plato, and he's just watched his teacher, his compass, his living proof that reason could stand taller than tyranny, crumble quietly to poison. Some people would have walked away from that moment bitter. Plato didn't. He turned the wound into a doorway. If Socrates had died for asking questions, then Plato would spend the rest of his life building a world where the answers lived. He leaves Athens for a while, disgusted by the city that condemned wisdom to death, travels through Egypt, Italy, maybe even the East, where he collects fragments of knowledge like a wanderer picking up sacred stones. He studies with mathematicians, priests, and philosophers, and somewhere along the way, his grief alchemizes into something sharper, vision. When he returns home, the world has changed, or maybe he has. The streets are the same, but now he sees them like a man who's peeked behind the curtain of existence. Plato opens a small school outside the city walls, in a grove of olive trees once dedicated to a hero named Academus. The place becomes known as the Academy, the first university in the Western world, where learning itself becomes a sacred act. No tuition fees, no grades, no bureaucrats, just minds, arguing, dreaming, chasing truth like a mirage. Students sit on stone benches as he speaks, tracing logic in the dirt with a stick, his voice steady but alive with something uncontainable. They're not listening to a man explaining facts. They're watching a mind invent reality. For Plato, philosophy isn't about observation. It's about assent. He believes the world we see is only a distorted reflection of something purer, higher, and more real, the realm of forms or ideas. Everything physical, from a chair to a soul, is just an imitation of a perfect, eternal version that exists beyond the senses. The cup you hold is temporary, but the idea of the cup is forever. It's a radical thought, half science, half spirituality. He's not content with describing the world, he wants to decode it. To make it simple, or as simple as Plato ever gets, he gives us one of the most famous metaphors in history, the allegory of the cave. Imagine, he says, people chained inside a cave from birth, their heads fixed so they can only see the wall in front of them. Behind them burns a fire, and between the fire and the prisoners, figures walk, casting shadows. The prisoners mistake those shadows for reality, because it's all they've ever known. Then one escapes, stumbles outside, sees the sun. At first it blinds him, but slowly, painfully, he realizes that everything he thought was real was just illusion. He returns to free the others, but they laugh at him. Some even try to kill him. It's a story that echoes every revolution, every enlightenment, every heartbreak that comes from seeing too much truth too fast. Socrates was that escaped prisoner, so was Plato. So maybe are you, if you've ever looked around at the world and thought, this can't be all there is. The cave isn't just about philosophy, it's about the human condition. We mistake our screens, our routines, our beliefs for reality. And anyone who tries to pull us toward the light looks insane. Plato's point isn't that we're doomed to ignorance. It's that liberation is painful. Knowledge burns before it heals. But Plato's imagination doesn't stop there. He dreams of a society built on wisdom rather than wealth, led by philosopher kings, rulers trained from childhood to love truth above power. In the Republic, he sketches his utopia, a city of order, balance, and virtue, where justice isn't an opinion but a harmony of the soul. Every person has a role, workers for desire, soldiers for courage, philosophers for reason. Together, they form a human symphony. It's beautiful, and maybe impossible. But Plato doesn't care about probability. He cares about possibility. His ideas ripple through centuries. Later thinkers call him idealist, mystic, genius, fanatic. They're all right. He believed the world could be better if people simply learned to think beyond themselves. To him, the mind wasn't a mirror of reality. It was a bridge to it. Every question was a rung on the ladder between ignorance and the divine. He called this ultimate knowledge the good. A truth so pure it illuminates everything else, like sunlight revealing form and color. Its philosophy is transcendence, the soul's climb toward perfection. Still, Plato wasn't just an airy mystic floating among metaphors. He could be fiercely practical. In the Symposium, he talks about love, not as romance, but as spiritual motion, a force that pushes the soul upward from physical attraction to pure understanding. It's poetry disguised as logic, reason dressed in longing. He knew that desire, when purified, becomes curiosity, and curiosity is how mortals touch eternity. And then there's the irony, because for all his talk about ideal forms, Plato never escaped the messy, real world. His politics got him into trouble. His plans for philosopher kings ended with him nearly enslaved in Syracuse. Apparently, tyrants don't like being told they need philosophy lessons. But even that failure became part of his legend. Plato wasn't just building imaginary cities, he was testing whether wisdom could survive power. Spoiler, it usually doesn't. His student Aristotle would later challenge almost everything he taught. Where Plato saw ideals floating beyond the world, Aristotle saw truth rooted in the physical, the observable, the measurable. But that's the beauty of Greek philosophy. It's a conversation that never ends. Teacher births student, student rebels, and the dialogue continues across centuries. If Socrates taught us to question, Plato taught us to dream, and Aristotle taught us to map those dreams onto reality. Together they built the trinity of reason. Plato's influence seeps into every corner of Western thought. Christianity borrows his language of souls and heavens. Science inherits his hunger for order. Art mirrors his obsession with perfection. Even politics can't escape his shadow. Every time someone tries to design the perfect society, Plato's ghost smirks from the sidelines, whispering, "Good luck with that." And yet, for all his cosmic ambition, there's something deeply human in him. He wasn't writing to impress gods or kings. He was writing for us, the lost, the seekers, the ones still crawling out of caves. His dialogues aren't sermons. They're conversations, alive with laughter, debate, and friendship. In them, Socrates lives again, not as a martyr, but as a living voice, forever asking, forever teasing the truth out of us. When you read Plato, you don't feel like you're studying history. You feel like you've joined a conversation that started before you were born and will continue long after you're gone. You can almost hear the rustle of olive leaves above the academy, the murmur of students arguing under the stars. The city hums in the distance, unaware that within these quiet walls, the future of thinking itself is being forged. Night deepens, the torches flicker. Plato sets down his stylus, looks toward the horizon, and maybe, just for a moment, imagines his teacher there, barefoot, smirking, asking another impossible question. The world is still a cave, but the light is spreading. If Plato lived among the clouds, Aristotle was born with his feet planted firmly on the ground. The story begins in Stagira, a small town in northern Greece, where a curious child grew up surrounded by the smell of herbs and medicine bottles. His father was the royal physician to the king of Macedon, which meant young Aristotle's toys were anatomy scrolls, and his bedtime stories involved biology. While other kids chased goats, he chased questions about the human body, the stars, and everything in between. Even as a boy, he wasn't satisfied with "because the gods said so." He wanted proof. When he was 17, he traveled to Athens, the intellectual capital of the world, and joined Plato's academy. Imagine walking into the most elite school ever created, where truth was sculpted daily out of debate. For 20 years, Aristotle sat under olive trees, listening to his teacher spin worlds out of words. He admired Plato deeply, but quietly disagreed with him. Plato saw perfection beyond this world. Aristotle saw perfection within it. To him, the beauty of philosophy wasn't in escaping reality, but in understanding it piece by piece, pattern by pattern. While Plato soared into the heavens of ideal forms, Aristotle wandered the earth collecting data. He studied plants, animals, music, rhetoric, and mathematics. Where his teacher dreamed, he dissected. He wanted to know how things worked, not just why. The world, to Aristotle, was a living textbook written in nature's language, and every leaf, every heartbeat, every motion was a sentence worth decoding. Knowledge wasn't a temple of mystery. It was a workshop of evidence. His approach was radical. He believed that truth could be observed, tested, and categorized. He didn't want philosophy trapped in poetry. He wanted it measurable, logical, organized. You could almost see him hunched over a table, surrounded by scrolls, jars of plants, sketches of anatomy, notes on weather, lists of fish species. The man was a walking encyclopedia before encyclopedias existed. While others argued about the soul, he was diagramming the digestive system. He didn't dismiss metaphysics. He just thought it should have footnotes. Eventually, Aristotle left the academy. Some say it was because Plato's followers didn't appreciate his pragmatic streak. Others say he was just ready to build something of his own. He traveled again, this time to Macedonia, where he took a job that would shape the world forever. His new student was a teenage prince named Alexander. You might have heard of him. Imagine that classroom, Aristotle pacing beneath the palace arches, explaining virtue and logic while a restless young conqueror sharpens his sword. He teaches Alexander not just strategy, but philosophy, how to think, not just how to win. The boy listens, absorbing lessons on ethics, rhetoric, and moderation. Aristotle plants in him the seeds of curiosity and reason, though history would later show how easily ambition can overgrow wisdom. Still, without Aristotle, Alexander might have been just another warlord. With him, he became a visionary, one who spread Greek thought as far as India, turning philosophy into an export. When Aristotle returned to Athens years later, the city had changed again. Plato was gone. The academy lived on, but Aristotle decided to start fresh. He founded his own school, the Lyceum, named after Apollo Lysius, god of light. And fittingly, Aristotle's mission was to bring light into knowledge, clarity instead of mysticism, observation instead of assumption. Every morning, he and his students would walk around the courtyard as they debated. That's why they were called the Peripatetics, the walkers. Philosophy for them was not static. It was motion, breath, rhythm, thought in movement. In that courtyard, under the soft Athenian sun, Aristotle reinvented thinking. He wrote about logic, inventing the syllogism, the basic structure of argument. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. It sounds simple now, but that tiny framework became the skeleton of Western reasoning. He mapped out the rules of persuasion in rhetoric, outlined the foundations of drama in poetics, and dissected virtue in Nicomachean ethics. Every subject was fair game: politics, physics, psychology, biology. He studied them all, as if afraid that ignorance might catch him sleeping. His writings weren't poetic like Plato's dialogues. They were dense, methodical, sharp. Reading Aristotle feels like being guided through a maze by someone who built it. He starts with what you know, adds what you don't, and somehow gets you to see that you always knew it deep down. He wasn't just teaching, he was training minds to think structurally. His philosophy was grounded in observation, but it still shimmered with spirit. He saw purpose in everything. Every object, every creature, every person had a goal, a telos, a reason for being. For humans, that goal was eudaimonia, often translated as happiness, but closer to flourishing. It wasn't about pleasure or wealth. It was about fulfilling your nature, living virtuously, using reason, and striving for balance. Virtue, he said, lies in the middle ground between extremes. Courage sits between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity between stinginess and extravagance. The golden mean, he called it, moderation as mastery. It's simple, but profound. Aristotle was crafting a manual for living, a guidebook for being human. He didn't promise perfection or divine revelation, just a better way to live, one decision at a time. To him, the good life wasn't found in temples or palaces. It was in the way you treated people, the way you thought, the way you chose balance over chaos. In a world still ruled by passion and superstition, that was a revolution. Still, Aristotle wasn't immune to error. He made mistakes, big ones. He thought the brain existed to cool the blood. He believed heavier objects fell faster than lighter ones. Some of his biology was wildly wrong, but that's what made him timeless. He wasn't afraid to be wrong, because being wrong meant being closer to the truth. His curiosity was fearless. He built the scaffolding of knowledge, trusting that others would climb it higher. And they did. Newton, Darwin, Einstein, all walked paths Aristotle first mapped with ink and imagination. At night, when the Lyceum quieted, you can imagine him in his study, surrounded by scrolls, scratching out notes by lamplight. His hair grey, his eyes still alive with wonder. Maybe he'd think about Plato, about Socrates, about how far reason had come, and how far it still had to go. The city outside might sleep, but inside those walls, thought never rested. For all his logic and structure, Aristotle understood something deeply human. Knowledge alone isn't enough. Without virtue, intelligence becomes arrogance. Without ethics, logic becomes a weapon. He believed philosophy was a way of life, not just a theory, that to think rightly was to live rightly, and in that conviction he became more than a scholar. He became a bridge between worlds, between the mystical and the measurable, between Plato's heavens and the earth beneath his sandals. The Lyceum's gardens eventually fell silent. The scrolls scattered, empires rose and fell, but Aristotle's fingerprints remained everywhere. On the way we reason, the way we teach, the way we define truth itself. Centuries later, when the Renaissance dawned and the modern mind reawakened, it was Aristotle they turned to, the man who had tried to catalogue everything, to understand everything, and came closer than anyone before or since. And maybe, in that endless curiosity, he fulfilled his own philosophy: to live according to your nature, to seek knowledge not for glory, but for understanding, to keep walking, thinking, questioning, even when the world around you stops listening. Under the fading Athenian sky, the last light catches on the marble steps of the Lyceum. It's the same light that once shone on Socrates' hemlock cup, on Plato's cave wall, on every thinker who dared to look at the world and say, "I want to understand." The sun dips lower, but reason still burns bright. Years pass, and the Lyceum hums like a hive of ideas. Students wander through its colonnades debating logic and virtue, while Aristotle, older now, still walks among them, hands clasped behind his back, eyes sharp as ever. His beard is streaked with grey, but his mind, that restless engine of reason, refuses to slow. He's still categorizing, still questioning, still chasing patterns through the tangled forest of human thought. Athens respects him mostly. But philosophy is never safe for long. The city that once killed Socrates for asking questions still hasn't learned to love philosophers who think too freely. When Alexander the Great dies suddenly in Babylon, the old power games flare up again. Aristotle, once the teacher of the world's most famous conqueror, finds himself a political target. His Macedonian ties make him suspicious in Athenian eyes. The same city that crowned reason as its pride now turns on its wisest son. He's accused of impiety, the same vague, poisonous charge that killed Socrates decades before. But Aristotle has learned from history. "I will not allow Athens to sin twice against philosophy," he says, and quietly slips away. He leaves the city behind, heading north to his mother's estate in Chalcis. It's a quiet exile, the kind philosophers dream of but never want to earn. There, by the sea, he writes until the end, about biology, friendship, politics, and time. The same mind that once dissected logic now turns inward, reflecting on mortality. Aristotle doesn't rage against fate. He observes it. To him, even death has a purpose. Everything in nature moves toward its proper end, even philosophers. When he dies in 322 BCE, the world loses not just a thinker, but a living system of thought. He leaves behind over 200 works, a blueprint for reasoning itself. The Lyceum continues for centuries after his death, carrying his methods into the bloodstream of civilization. For a while, though, his voice fades. Empires rise. Wars consume Athens. Rome inherits the mantle of reason, but twists it to its own rhythm. The gods reclaim their thrones, and philosophy slips back into the shadows, whispering through scrolls and scholars. But knowledge, once awakened, never truly sleeps. When the world finally opens its eyes again, in the dusty libraries of Alexandria, in the monasteries of Europe, in the minds of Renaissance scientists, Aristotle's words are waiting. His influence seeps into every corner of thought. For nearly 2,000 years, he is the authority on how the universe works. Medieval scholars call him simply the philosopher, as if none other existed. His ideas on logic and nature guide science. His works on ethics shape morality. Even religion bends around him. Christian theologians like Thomas Aquinas build entire frameworks of belief on Aristotelian foundations, blending reason with faith. The man who once dissected fish now anchors heaven's logic. And yet the beauty of Aristotle lies not in his certainty, but in his curiosity. He didn't worship knowledge. He pursued it. He believed the world was intelligible, that everything, from raindrops to revolutions, had a cause. All men by nature desire to know, he wrote, and that single line became philosophy's heartbeat. It's not just observation, it's wonder weaponized. Aristotle's ethics, too, never lose relevance. He didn't preach divine commandments or rigid laws. He believed in practice, that virtue is built like muscle, through repetition and awareness. You become courageous by acting courageously, just as you become wise by questioning consistently. To him, philosophy wasn't a subject. It was a lifestyle, a discipline of balance. Too much fear and you become cowardly. Too little, reckless. Virtue sits quietly between extremes, like a tightrope between chaos and control. In today's world, his wisdom feels strangely modern. When he says that happiness is found in fulfilling one's purpose, he's echoing what self-help books, therapy sessions, and mindfulness coaches are still trying to say: meaning isn't out there, it's in how you live. When he insists that thought and character are inseparable, he's anticipating centuries of psychology. Aristotle doesn't sound ancient, he sounds eternal. But his reach went beyond morality. He gave the world its first true system of science: observation, hypothesis, classification. He dissected sea creatures, mapped stars, studied the weather, and even theorized about earthquakes. Some of it was wrong, sure, but the method, the relentless curiosity, that part stuck. He taught the world that reality isn't revealed by revelation, but by investigation. The gods might provide inspiration, but reason provides explanation. And then there's his most overlooked lesson: humility before complexity. For all his intellect, Aristotle admitted that knowledge is endless, that understanding is a journey without destination. The man who knew almost everything also knew he'd barely begun. In that humility lies the secret to all progress. The modern world, with its telescopes, microscopes, and data streams, is built on the foundation Aristotle laid with ink and thought. When you picture him now, the aging philosopher in his quiet exile, there's something serene about it. No grand monuments, no divine epiphanies. Just an old man who loved the world enough to want to understand it. The waves roll gently against the shore outside his study. He dips his stylus into ink one last time and writes about friendship, the most human of topics. Without friends, he says, no one would choose to live, though he had all other goods. It's a simple line, yet it captures everything he believed about being human, that wisdom without connection is hollow. The centuries that follow would twist, challenge, and reinterpret his work. Some call him outdated, others call him divine. But in the quiet spaces of learning, the libraries, the classrooms, the minds that never stop asking, Aristotle still walks. He's there every time someone builds a theory, debates ethics, or searches for meaning in chaos. He doesn't demand worship. He demands thought. And that might be the truest legacy of the Greeks. They didn't leave us temples of gold or kings of glory. They left us questions, sharp, restless, alive. Socrates gave us the method, Plato the dream, and Aristotle the structure. Together they turned the flicker of human curiosity into a blaze that's still burning. As the night deepens over Chalcis, the sea sighs against the rocks, whispering the same question that began it all. Why? Aristotle smiles, as if he's heard it before. He probably has. The sun rises over Athens, gilding the marble temples in gold, but one man couldn't care less. He's not admiring the view, not sipping wine, not delivering speeches in the agora. He's asleep inside a barrel. That man is Diogenes of Sinope, the philosopher who declared war on hypocrisy by living like civilization was a bad joke. While the rest of Greece debated the meaning of virtue, Diogenes decided to embody it in the most inconvenient way possible. He wakes when the city stirs, a rooster crows, merchants shout, and somewhere a dog barks, his favorite animal. Diogenes stretches, yawns, and begins another day of public enlightenment, which for him mostly means offending everyone in sight. He's barefoot, ragged, carrying a wooden staff and a lantern that he'll use later for one of his famous performances. The citizens call him the dog, and he takes it as a compliment. Diogenes didn't start out as a vagrant philosopher. He was born in Sinope, on the Black Sea, the son of a banker. But wealth bored him. Corruption disgusted him. After getting exiled for defacing coins, literally stamping falsehood out of currency, he fled to Athens to chase truth instead of money. When he met Socrates' student Antisthenes, he found a mentor who taught that virtue was the only good. Diogenes took that to heart and then to extremes. If Antisthenes preached simplicity, Diogenes performed it like street theatre. He believed society was built on lies, vanity, greed, pretense. So he stripped himself of everything unnecessary: possessions, comfort, pride. He begged for food, slept wherever he pleased, and lived as though shame were a disease he'd been vaccinated against. People stared, whispered, mocked, but that only fueled him. He'd eat in the marketplace, defying the custom that such acts were private. When asked why, he shrugged and said, "I eat when I'm hungry, just as dogs do." For Diogenes, the dog was sacred, honest, loyal, unashamed. Humans, he thought, could learn from animals. A dog doesn't lie, doesn't hoard, doesn't crave status. It lives according to nature. And that, in Diogenes' mind, was true freedom. He called it autarkia, self-sufficiency. To need nothing was to fear nothing. Of course, Athens didn't exactly embrace that philosophy. Imagine walking past a man gnawing on bread crusts in public and then calling your ambition a sickness. Yet Diogenes wasn't just trying to shock people, he was trying to remind them what virtue looked like when stripped of illusion. He'd say, "I'm looking for an honest man," and wander the streets with his lantern in broad daylight, peering into faces. When people asked if he'd found one, he usually said, "No." It was both a joke and a diagnosis. His wit was legendary, savage, brilliant, and always aimed upward. Once, when Plato defined man as a featherless biped, Diogenes plucked a chicken, brought it into Plato's academy, and announced, "Behold, Plato's man." Plato revised his definition shortly after. When someone asked Diogenes where he was from, he replied, "I am a citizen of the world." It was the first recorded use of the word cosmopolitan. Centuries before globalism, this homeless philosopher already refused to be limited by borders or kings. His most famous encounter came when the most powerful man on earth tried to meet the one who owned nothing. Alexander the Great, having conquered half the known world, came to Corinth to see the legendary cynic. He found Diogenes sunbathing, squinting into the light, surrounded by nothing but air and indifference. "I am Alexander the Great," the king said. "And I am Diogenes the dog," came the reply. Amused, Alexander asked if he could grant him any favor. Without lifting his head, Diogenes simply said, "Yes." "Stand out of my sunlight." The courtiers gasped. Alexander laughed. Later he told his men, "If I were not Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes." And Diogenes, hearing of it, supposedly said, "If I were not Diogenes, I would still wish to be Diogenes." Two worlds collided in that moment, absolute power and absolute freedom. And for a heartbeat, they recognized each other. Beneath the sarcasm, though, Diogenes was deadly serious. He wasn't mocking people out of cruelty, he was trying to free them. He saw that most suffering came from wanting, the hunger for approval, possessions, comfort, respect. To cure it, he prescribed simplicity: live close to nature, tell the truth, abandon shame. A man who can sleep in the street and laugh at kings cannot be enslaved by opinion. His philosophy became known as cynicism, from kynikos, meaning dog-like. To be a cynic wasn't to hate life, it was to live it raw and unfiltered. Later Stoics would refine his ideas into calmer ethics, but Diogenes was the original provocateur, the street prophet of reason. He forced people to see that happiness was an inside job, that morality didn't need temples or gold, that freedom began the moment you stopped pretending. Yet he wasn't a saint. He was abrasive, proud, and sometimes cruel. But even his flaws were consistent with his beliefs, unpolished, unapologetic, real. When people criticized him for his lifestyle, he said, "If I were wrong, wouldn't I be less happy than you?" He lived by that challenge until his death, sometime around 323 BCE, the same year Alexander died. Legend says he was bitten by a dog or held his breath and willed himself to stop living. Either way, he exited on his own terms. Athens buried him near the city gate. They built a statue of a dog to mark his tomb, a strange, fitting monument to the man who taught that truth wears no crown and needs no palace. Long after his death, his defiance became myth. Every generation finds its own Diogenes, the outsider who mocks the powerful, the minimalist who exposes our addiction to things. He's the ghost of every truth-teller who'd rather be poor and free than rich and silent. And if you listen closely, you can still hear him laughing, not cruelly, but with the joy of a man who figured out what the rest of us are still chasing. The sun warms his face. The city drones behind him. And somewhere, a dog barks, honest, unashamed, eternal. The streets of Athens never really forgot him. Even after Diogenes was gone, people still whispered about the madman with the lantern, the one who mocked kings and lived on sunlight. Children pointed to his empty barrel like it was a holy relic. Philosophers debated whether he was genius or lunatic, saint or scandal. The truth, as usual, lay somewhere between. He'd lived so freely that even in death, his presence haunted the city like a challenge. Every time someone bragged, every time a merchant boasted of wealth, someone inevitably muttered, "Diogenes would have laughed at you." But his laughter didn't die with him. The cynics who came after, Crates, Hipparchia, Menippus, carried that flame forward. They took Diogenes' mockery and shaped it into a lifestyle, a philosophy of protest through simplicity. Crates, a wealthy man, gave away his fortune to live like his teacher. His wife, Hipparchia, equally fearless, joined him, scandalizing Athens by choosing philosophy over domestic duty. Together, they became a walking argument against social expectation. Two lovers in rags, teaching that virtue mattered more than reputation. What made the cynics dangerous wasn't their poverty. It was their joy. They showed that happiness didn't require approval, and that terrified those who built their lives around being admired. Their ragged clothes became a symbol of rebellion, a declaration that freedom began where vanity ended. Theirs was philosophy as performance, ethics as endurance. They preached in streets, not temples. Their wisdom wasn't written on parchment but lived on skin. And yet time has a way of polishing rough edges. The next generation looked at the wildness of the cynics and thought, what if we kept the courage but lost the chaos? Out of that thought, Stoicism was born. Zeno of Citium, once shipwrecked and lost, stumbled into a cynic lecture and found salvation in its defiance. But where Diogenes had barked at society, Zeno would reason with it. He took the cynic's bone, simplicity, virtue, freedom from desire, and carved it into a system of calm. If Diogenes was a storm, Stoicism was the sky after. It took the cynic creed of living according to nature and added structure, reason, and serenity. The Stoics agreed that possessions, fame, and pleasure were distractions, but they sought not rebellion, rather control. They believed that while you can't rule the world, you can rule yourself. It was Diogenes's autonomy evolved into discipline. Instead of sleeping in barrels, they built fortresses inside their minds, Still, every Stoic owed something to the madman in the marketplace. When Seneca wrote about mastering desire, when Epictetus spoke about freedom from circumstance, when Marcus Aurelius ruled Rome with restraint and humility, all of them were walking Diogenes' path, just wearing cleaner sandals. His ghost lingered in every Stoic's restraint, whispering, "Need nothing, and you'll fear nothing." But the world doesn't often reward that kind of independence. It admires it from a distance, the same way people admired Diogenes while secretly resenting him. Even now, his ideas unsettle us. We talk about minimalism, about letting go, about living simply, but few can stomach true simplicity. It's easier to declutter a closet than a conscience. Diogenes didn't own things because he didn't want to be owned by them. In an age that sells freedom by subscription, that lesson hits harder than ever. If he could walk through our modern world, he'd probably smirk at our obsession with self-help and success. He'd ask why people work themselves sick for status, then meditate to escape the stress it brings. He'd see screens glowing with inspirational quotes, many stolen from his philosophical descendants, and laugh until he coughed. To him, happiness was never a product. It was a choice, a radical, impolite, inconvenient choice to be content with what is. The cynics weren't perfect. Their rejection of social norms sometimes slipped into contempt. Their truth could be cruel. But they forced humanity to confront a question we still dodge. How much of what we chase actually matters? Diogenes answered by subtraction. Strip away luxury, pride, approval. What's left? You. Bare, honest, unashamed. That's the core of his message. That freedom doesn't begin with gaining, but with letting go. And while history remembers him as a clown, maybe that was the point. Humor is truth's camouflage. His outrageous acts, eating in public, mocking philosophers, talking back to kings, weren't madness. They were mirrors. When the world takes itself too seriously, laughter becomes rebellion. He wielded wit the way Socrates wielded questions, to expose delusion. When he died, they said the city mourned strangely, no procession, no funeral oration, just silence and unease, like Athens realized too late that its fool had been its conscience. Over his tomb they placed the figure of a dog carved in marble, tail raised, eyes bright, mouth half open as if mid-bark. It wasn't just a monument, it was a warning. The dog still watches, reminding everyone who passes that virtue doesn't need fine clothes or applause, only courage. Centuries later, his spirit still prowls the edges of philosophy. Every movement that questions comfort, every thinker who preaches self-sufficiency, every artist who chooses truth over popularity. They all owe something to the man who lived in a barrel and mocked kings. He's the spark in the cynic, the humor in the rebel, the honesty in the outcast. Diogenes proved that wisdom doesn't always wear a robe or speak softly. Sometimes it sleeps on the street and carries a lantern at noon. Sometimes it laughs where others tremble. He showed that truth, once freed from vanity, can be wild, ugly, and beautiful all at once. And so the barrel stands empty, the dog carved in stone, the sunlight still falling on the spot where he once sat and told the world to stop pretending. The crowd has long since moved on, but somewhere, under every layer of noise and need, a voice still mutters from the dust, amused and unbroken. Why are you still chasing what I threw away? If Diogenes was the growl of defiance, Epicurus was the quiet sigh that came after it. Where the cynics barked against society, Epicurus whispered to the soul. The city of Athens was changing again, louder, wealthier, more complicated. And amid the noise, one man decided that the secret to happiness wasn't conquering the world or mocking it, but learning to be at peace within it. His name was Epicurus, and though history would later label him a hedonist, he was really a master of simplicity, a philosopher of peace in a world addicted to noise. He arrived in Athens around 306 BCE, a time when the air was still thick with the ghosts of Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. Philosophers argued like rival poets, each claiming they alone had cracked the code of existence. Epicurus listened, smiled, and quietly rented a small house on the edge of town. There, behind a humble gate, he planted something far more dangerous than an idea: a garden. It would become both sanctuary and school, a place where philosophy finally stepped off the marble steps and sat down in the dirt. His teachings were gentle but revolutionary. He told his students that the universe wasn't ruled by angry gods or divine punishments. It was made of atoms, tiny, invisible particles moving through the void, colliding, joining, separating. Even the soul, he said, was made of atoms. When the body dies, the atoms scatter and consciousness ends. No afterlife, no eternal torment, just the peace of dissolution. To a culture terrified of divine wrath, that was liberation disguised as blasphemy. Epicurus believed fear was the root of misery, fear of death, fear of pain, fear of not having enough. People spent their lives chasing power and luxury to numb those fears, and in doing so became slaves to them. He offered a cure that sounded deceptively simple. Don't chase, don't cling, don't crave. Instead, learn what truly brings pleasure. Not the flash of indulgence, but the deep, quiet contentment of a mind untroubled. Pleasure, to Epicurus, wasn't feasting or excess. It was the absence of suffering, what he called aponia and ataraxia, freedom from physical pain and mental disturbance. It was a philosophy of subtraction, not addition. He said, "If you wish to make a man rich, do not give him more money. Take away his desires." The good life, he insisted, required little: bread, water, friendship, and peace. The rest was noise. Every evening in his garden, under the olive trees, a handful of followers gathered to share simple meals and deep laughter. There were no hierarchies, no boundaries. Men, women, and even slaves were welcome, a radical equality in a world obsessed with rank. They ate barley cakes, figs, and cheese, and discussed the nature of happiness as crickets sang in the grass. For Epicurus, the greatest pleasure wasn't in consumption, but in companionship. Of all the things that wisdom provides, he wrote, the greatest is friendship. The garden soon gained a reputation. Outsiders mocked it as a den of indulgence, imagining wild feasts and sensual excess. The irony was delicious. The most moderate man in Greece was being slandered as a hedonist. But Epicurus didn't mind. He understood that misunderstanding was the price of honesty. While others argued in public squares, he built a philosophy meant to be lived, not performed. Inside the garden, the atmosphere was almost monastic, serene, unhurried, content. Epicurus taught that pain was inevitable, but suffering was optional. If hunger hurt, eat. If loneliness ached, seek friends. If fear haunted you, confront it with reason. Pleasure wasn't the absence of responsibility, it was the mastery of it. He was redefining desire itself, not as greed, but as gratitude. To crave less was to enjoy more. His letters, short, clear, and tender, carried his ideas far beyond Athens. In them he spoke directly, almost like a therapist from another age. "Death is nothing to us," he wrote, "for when we exist, death is not. And when death exists, we are not." That single line soothed countless minds for centuries. To Epicurus, death wasn't an event to fear, but a concept to dissolve. Why waste life fearing what you'll never experience? He saw the universe as a vast, indifferent beauty, not hostile, not divine, just endless motion. Meaning wasn't bestowed from above, it was created by how you lived. To him, the gods might exist, but they didn't meddle. They lived in perfect peace, and we should aspire to do the same. not through worship, but through wisdom. His philosophy spread quietly, almost like a secret. Students copied his sayings onto tablets, and communities modeled after his garden appeared across the Mediterranean. But as centuries passed, the world that came after, especially the rising Christian empire, would turn his name into a warning. Epicurean became synonymous with sin, indulgence, and atheism. His true message, serenity through simplicity, was buried beneath misunderstanding. Yet the irony is that Epicurus might have smiled at that too. He never sought fame, he sought freedom. He didn't care if people misjudged him, because the opinion of others was just another chain to break. He once said, "I spit upon luxury, not because it is bad, but because it takes more than it gives." That was his rebellion, quiet, patient, defiant in its gentleness. Today, we live surrounded by everything he warned about: noise, excess, endless craving disguised as progress. But his voice still hums beneath it all, calm and clear. Find pleasure in enough. Don't fear what you can't control. Treasure friendship. Learn to be still. Epicurus didn't promise ecstasy. He promised ease. He offered not escape, but acceptance. In a world that worshipped ambition, he built a garden and chose peace. And perhaps that's why his philosophy endures. Because deep down, every empire, every era, every restless human heart eventually longs for the same thing: a quiet place to sit, a good friend beside you, and nothing left to prove. The garden is quieter now. The laughter has softened to whispers, the air heavy with summer warmth and the hum of bees. Epicurus sits beneath an olive tree, thin and pale from illness, but still smiling. Around him his students listen as he speaks of peace, of simplicity, of the joy that comes from wanting less. They know he's dying, a slow, painful decline from kidney stones, yet he faces it with the same calm he taught them to live by. "Pain does not last forever," he says softly, "and when it does, the mind can outthink it." It's an image that captures everything he believed, that the mind, trained in clarity, could turn even suffering into serenity. Epicurus never claimed to defeat pain, he just refused to let it define him. For all his talk of pleasure, his final days were anything but indulgent, yet he called them happy. Because happiness to him wasn't a feeling, it was a decision. After his death, his followers preserved his words like sacred relics. They built small Epicurean communities, quiet gardens in cities across Greece, Asia Minor, even Rome. Their philosophy was simple, but their presence was radical. They didn't worship gods. They didn't chase wealth or power. They didn't attend public debates or court political favor. They sought inner peace in an age obsessed with conquest. To rulers, they seemed harmless. To priests, they were dangerous. Centuries rolled forward, empires shifted, religions rose, and the Epicureans kept tending their gardens. They studied nature, wrote poetry, debated ethics, and shared meals of bread and olives under the same sun that once warmed their founder. While kings plotted wars and philosophers argued about divine purpose, the Epicureans quietly practiced the art of living well. To them, every day without fear was a victory. Then Rome came calling. The empire absorbed Greece's culture, philosophy, and gods, but not its tolerance for free thought. Epicureanism spread among the educated elite, appealing to those weary of politics and excess. Poets like Lucretius carried the torch, writing De Rerum Natura, on the nature of things, a poetic masterpiece that turned Epicurus's atomism into music. "Nothing comes from nothing," Lucretius wrote, centuries before science would echo the same truth. Nature is free, and so are we. But as Rome turned toward faith, Epicurus's message of naturalism and self-sufficiency became a threat. The early Christians, building a moral order around divine judgment and eternal reward, painted him as a symbol of corruption. Pleasure, they said, was sin. Desire was temptation. The body was a battlefield. To them, Epicurus represented the ultimate heresy, a man who believed heaven was already here, if only you stopped looking elsewhere. For nearly 1,000 years, his name was buried under dust and accusation. Libraries burned, scrolls vanished, and his teachings faded from memory. The Middle Ages replaced his calm with guilt, his laughter with sermons. But the atoms didn't stop moving, and neither did his ideas. Beneath the surface of history, his philosophy waited, quiet, patient, inevitable. When the Renaissance dawned, light poured back into the world. Old manuscripts resurfaced, including Lucretius' long-lost poem, found in a monastery by an astonished scholar. It spread like wildfire among thinkers hungry for freedom from fear. Epicurus's atoms became the seeds of modern science, inspiring Galileo, Newton, and Darwin. His naturalism became the foundation of reason, his ethics the quiet ancestor of humanism. The man once accused of denying gods had, without meaning to, helped humanity rediscover itself. And yet, even then, the misunderstanding clung like dust. Epicurean still meant glutton, still meant indulgent. As if the man who lived on bread and water had been history's poster child for excess. But maybe that irony is the truest tribute to him, that the world still can't believe happiness could be that simple. Epicurus didn't teach escape from life's chaos. He taught balance within it. His was not the philosophy of indulgence, but of independence. Freedom from fear, from false desire, from the tyranny of more. In a way, he was the antidote to every empire's disease. The quiet reminder that no matter how much the world grows, the soul's needs remain small. If you look closely, you'll find him everywhere today, disguised in the language of wellness, therapy, and mindfulness. Every time someone preaches gratitude, every time someone says, "Live in the moment," Epicurus nods from behind the curtain of time. He's there in the Stoics' discipline, in the minimalist's peace, in the scientist's curiosity. He's in the quiet joy of a morning walk, in laughter between friends, in the realization that you already have enough. The power of his philosophy is how unassuming it is. It doesn't promise eternity. It promises presence. It doesn't chase meaning. It finds it in the ordinary. It doesn't shout. It whispers. And somehow that whisper has outlasted every sermon. So imagine for a moment walking into his garden. The air smells of earth and figs. A few friends sit in the shade, talking softly. There's bread on the table, wine in a clay cup. No politics, no noise, no striving. Just the warmth of sunlight and the hum of contentment. The city outside might be collapsing. The empires might be at war. But in here, the world is simple. You feel it. That peace that doesn't come from having everything, but from finally realizing you need almost nothing. That's the miracle Epicurus gave us. Not the promise of heaven, but the gift of calm. A philosophy that asks nothing but honesty. To see desire for what it is, to see fear for what it isn't, and to live gently in between. He didn't build monuments, didn't lead armies, didn't chase glory. He just built a garden. And somehow, 2,000 years later, the world is still trying to find its way back inside. The story begins with a shipwreck. A storm somewhere in the Aegean tears through the night, crushing wood, scattering cargo, and tossing a merchant named Zeno of Citium into the sea. He swims for his life, dragging himself onto the rocky shore of Athens with nothing but salt on his skin and a heart too stubborn to quit. He's lost everything. His fortune, his ship, his future. But sometimes destruction is just the universe's way of handing you a clean slate. Zeno wanders into the city, dazed, broke, searching for meaning. He finds it, as all great philosophers do, in a bookstore. He picks up a scroll about Socrates, reads, and something inside him catches fire. The words aren't about comfort or wealth or success. They're about virtue, courage, and control, about being unshaken no matter what the world throws at you. He asks the bookseller where he can find men like that. The bookseller points to a man walking by. "Follow him," he says. That man is Crates, a cynic philosopher, a student of Diogenes, wrapped in rags and surrounded by laughter. Zeno follows, and philosophy's next chapter begins. For years, Zeno studies under the Cynics, learning the art of simplicity, the value of self-sufficiency, the freedom of needing nothing. But he's quieter than his teachers, less wild, more inward. Diogenes barked, Zeno breathes. He believes truth doesn't always need a spectacle, it just needs strength. From the Cynics, he inherits the bones of his philosophy. From Socrates, he inherits the soul, and from his own hardship, he finds the heart. Around 300 BCE, he begins teaching in a long painted colonnade in Athens known as the Stoa Poikile, the painted porch. His followers gather there, and over time the world starts calling them Stoics. What he teaches isn't a religion, but it has the gravity of one. Stoicism, he says, is the practice of aligning the mind with nature's reason, the logos, the divine rational order that moves through everything. You can't control the storm, but you can control your sails. You can't rewrite fate, but you can choose how to meet it. To Zeno, virtue is the only good. Not money, not fame, not pleasure. Just moral integrity, the harmony between action and reason. Every other thing in life, sickness, loss, success, failure, is indifferent. What matters isn't what happens to you, but how you respond. A Stoic doesn't avoid pain. He stands in it, unmoved until it passes. Man conquers the world by conquering himself, Zeno says, and Athens listens. His philosophy spreads through the colonnades and courtyards like sunlight on marble. People who once chased fortune start chasing composure instead. Zeno teaches that emotions aren't enemies, they're messengers. Anger, fear, desire, all are impulses born from false judgments. Change the judgment, and the emotion dissolves. The Stoic mind becomes a fortress, unassailable from the outside. Unlike the Cynics, Zeno doesn't reject society. He redefines how to live within it. He imagines a cosmopolis, a universal city where all people are citizens of reason, bound not by blood or borders, but by shared humanity. The Stoic is never alone because he belongs to the universe itself. In that way, Zeno turns philosophy into something far bigger than personal peace. He turns it into ethics for civilization. He's not preaching cold detachment. He's teaching disciplined compassion, love without possession, strength without arrogance, faith without superstition. Live according to nature, he says, meaning live according to truth, not impulse. When you understand that everything happens as it must, resentment becomes pointless. The Stoic doesn't curse the rain. He learns to walk in it. Zeno lives what he teaches. He dresses simply, eats little, sleeps little, and moves through Athens like a calm shadow. The city tests him constantly, jeers, loss, temptation. But he remains composed. His calmness is contagious. Even kings begin to seek his advice, drawn to his serenity like moths to flame. But he refuses riches, refuses titles. He's already found wealth that can't be taken. Years later, when old age finally bends him, Zeno still walks daily through the same painted porch where it all began. One day, he trips, breaks a toe, and falls. He looks down at the injury, smiles faintly, and says, "I come. Why call me thus?" As if answering fate's invitation. Then he holds his breath and dies peacefully on his own terms. The city honors him with a hero's burial, the man who built his kingdom inside himself. But Zeno's legacy doesn't die with him. His students, Cleanthes, Chrysippus, and others, carry the flame forward. They refine Stoicism into a philosophy of resilience that spreads from Athens to Rome, from philosophers to emperors. It becomes not just a way to think, but a way to live. The art of staying calm in a world that never stops shaking. When people today speak of discipline, mindfulness, or emotional intelligence, they're echoing his porch lessons. When they talk about focus, perspective, and inner strength, they're still standing beneath that same Stoa. Zeno's voice, patient and precise, still whispers beneath the chaos of the modern world. You can't control the waves, but you can learn to surf them. He came to Athens shipwrecked, stripped of everything, but left it rich beyond measure, not in gold, but in guidance. His philosophy was forged from loss and polished by endurance. And somewhere, across the centuries, his calm remains, a steady heartbeat beneath the noise, reminding us that even in the storm, the mind can choose stillness. The porch in Athens fades into memory, but the idea doesn't die. It travels, first across the Aegean, then across empires, carried not by armies, but by minds that refuse to break. Zeno's calm becomes a torch passed from teacher to student, century to century, until it finds new life in the unlikeliest of places. The marble villas of Roman senators, the cramped cells of slaves, and the throne rooms of emperors. Stoicism, born in poverty, will end up shaping the rulers of the world. Its first great Roman voice is Seneca, the philosopher of contradiction. Born into privilege, trained in rhetoric, and entangled in politics, he walks a tightrope between wisdom and hypocrisy. As advisor to Emperor Nero, he writes about simplicity while surrounded by luxury, about virtue while serving a tyrant. But maybe that's why his words cut so deep. He isn't preaching from the mountaintop, he's whispering from the fire. We suffer more in imagination than in reality, he writes, as if reminding himself. It is not that we have a short life, but that we waste much of it. Seneca teaches Stoicism as survival. In a world of corruption and cruelty, his philosophy becomes armor, not to deny pain but to endure it without surrender. He writes letters to a friend, Lucilius, filled with practical wisdom. Control your emotions, measure your desires, greet death as an old acquaintance. The letters spread like quiet medicine through Rome, soothing those suffocating under ambition and anxiety. To Seneca, fortune is unpredictable, but virtue is always within reach. A gem cannot be polished without friction, he says, nor a man perfected without trials. But even he cannot escape his fate. Accused of conspiracy against Nero, Seneca is ordered to take his own life. He complies calmly, opening his veins and continuing to teach as the blood drains away. His final words aren't of fear or regret, but of freedom. The wise man lives as long as he should, not as long as he can. His death, serene and unflinching, turns philosophy into performance, proof that Stoicism isn't just a theory. It's a way to die well. Then comes Epictetus, the slave who becomes a sage. Born into bondage, crippled by his master's cruelty, he owns nothing, not even his body. But his mind, he discovers, is untouchable. You may fetter my leg, he tells his captor, but not my will. Eventually freed, he opens a small school in Nicopolis, teaching students who come from every corner of the empire. His message is simple, practical, almost military in tone. Focus only on what's in your control. Accept everything else as destiny. His Enchiridion, the handbook, becomes a Stoic Bible, small enough to fit in a soldier's pocket, strong enough to steady a lifetime. It's not things that upset us, he says, but our judgments about things. Change the story in your head, and the world changes with it. He teaches that adversity is training, not punishment. Remember, he says, you are an actor in a play. You may not choose the script, but you can choose how well to perform your part. Epictetus's strength isn't in rebellion, but in mastery. He turns powerlessness into power. To him, philosophy isn't luxury, it's necessity. When something happens, the only question to ask is this in my control or not? If it is, act with courage. If it isn't, let it go. That mental clarity, that separation between what is yours and what isn't, becomes the blueprint for modern resilience. Every time someone today says, "Control what you can, release what you can't," they're quoting a man who once wore chains. And then there's Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher who ruled the world and still felt small beneath the stars. Imagine him in a military tent on the cold frontier of Germania, his army asleep, his empire trembling. He sits by lamplight, writing in his journal, not decrees or propaganda, but reflections, meditations, private notes never meant to be read, yet destined to outlive empires. "You have power over your mind," he writes, "not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Marcus doesn't write as a god-king, but as a student of the same philosophy that shaped slaves and beggars before him. His words are quiet, humble, and achingly human. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. B1. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. His tone isn't lofty. It's weary, wise, and heartbreakingly sincere. He's proof that Stoicism isn't an escape from emotion. It's a way to walk through it without drowning. By the time he dies, his empire begins to crumble, but his words remain intact. From the porch of Athens to the palace of Rome, Stoicism has crossed every boundary. It belongs to no one and everyone. It teaches soldiers and scholars, rulers and the ruled, that peace is possible even in chaos. That virtue is victory. That calm isn't weakness, it's the highest form of power. And when you strip away the history and the heroics, what's left is a single, universal lesson. We can't choose what happens, but we can always choose who we are in the face of it. That's the Stoic code. Older than empire, stronger than time. Today, its echoes live on in psychology, therapy, and every act of quiet endurance. When someone breathes through panic, when someone forgives what they can't change, when someone faces loss without bitterness, that's Zeno's porch, Seneca's calm, Epictetus's courage, and Marcus's wisdom, all whispering through the ages. The world is still a storm, but inside it, there's always that still point, that unshakable center. And that's where Stoicism lives, waiting for anyone brave enough to find it. Before the golden age of Athens, before Socrates asked his first question or Plato built his dream world, there was a man who stared into the fire and saw the universe moving. His name was Heraclitus of Ephesus, the philosopher of paradox, the poet of flux, the dark prophet who whispered that nothing ever stands still. To the people of his time, he seemed like a riddle in human form, brilliant, cryptic, and slightly terrifying. To the ages that followed, he became the first to reveal a truth we still resist, that change isn't the enemy of life, it is life. Heraclitus was born around 540 BCE, long before philosophy had classrooms or scrolls. Ephesus was a wealthy city on the coast of Ionia, full of trade, temples, and noise. But Heraclitus wanted none of it. He came from nobility, yet abandoned privilege for solitude. People said he'd rather play with children in the temple courtyard than attend council meetings. He distrusted crowds, distrusted certainty, distrusted the comfort of easy answers. "The many live as if they had private wisdom," he said, "yet none understand." He didn't lecture or debate. He wrote short, sharp fragments like sparks flying from a fire. Each one burned with mystery. "You cannot step into the same river twice," he wrote, "for other waters are ever flowing onto you." To Heraclitus, everything, from stars to souls, was in motion. The river is never the same, but neither are you. Existence isn't a static sculpture, it's a flame, always changing shape yet never ceasing to burn. He called this ever-living order logos, the reason behind the flux, the harmony hidden in chaos. Logos wasn't a god you could pray to. It was the rhythm of the cosmos itself, the law of becoming. Listening not to me, but to the Logos, he wrote, it is wise to agree that all things are one. The universe in his eyes was a single breath, inhaling and exhaling opposites. Day becomes night, war gives birth to peace, life feeds on death. The tension between opposites wasn't destruction, it was balance. War, he said, is the father of all things. Most people found him intolerable. His words were dense, his tone scathing. He called the masses sleepwalkers, the poets liars, and politicians donkeys. But beneath the arrogance was anguish. He saw a world of constant movement where people clung to illusions of permanence, and it broke his heart. They wanted certainty. He offered fire. They wanted comfort. He offered truth. And truth, to Heraclitus, was that stability is a myth. Imagine him walking through the streets of Ephesus at dusk, watching smoke curl from torches, the flames flickering, consuming, transforming. To him, that was the universe, creation through combustion. Fire wasn't just an element, it was a metaphor for existence. Everything burns, changes, renews. What we call death is simply fuel for new forms. The soul itself, he said, is made of fire, and when it dies, it joins the cosmic blaze. He lived like his philosophy, alone, unpredictable, untamed. The people of Ephesus, tired of his criticism, eventually dismissed him as mad. But madness, in ancient Greece, often looked a lot like clarity. Heraclitus retreated to the mountains, feeding on herbs and thoughts, muttering that the path up and the path down are one and the same. He saw patterns where others saw chaos. He believed the divine was not in temples but in transformation, in thunder, in rivers, in time itself. And yet, for all his talk of change, he longed for understanding that would endure. He believed the Logos was eternal, even if everything it touched was temporary. That paradox, constant motion within unchanging order, became the heartbeat of Western philosophy. Centuries later, when scientists spoke of energy, when Buddhists spoke of impermanence, when psychologists spoke of growth through conflict, they were all echoing the fire of Heraclitus. His death, fittingly, became a legend as strange as his life. Some say he fell ill and tried to cure himself by covering his body in cow dung to draw out the disease. Others say he wandered into the mountains and vanished. However it happened, the city that had mocked him later built statues in his honor, proof that even those who reject wisdom can't help but worship it once it's gone. But Heraclitus didn't need monuments. His fragments survived like embers, passed from hand to hand through centuries, each reader warming themselves by his words. All things flow, he said, and the phrase became eternal. The river never stopped moving, and neither did the ideas. Plato quoted him. Aristotle argued with him. The Stoics embraced his logos. Nietzsche later called him the first honest philosopher, one who saw that the world's beauty comes not from order, but from tension. Heraclitus wasn't trying to make people comfortable. He was trying to wake them up, to show that pain and joy, loss and growth are threads of the same tapestry, to tell us that we can never freeze the moment, but we can learn to move with it. Change alone is unchanging, he wrote. And somewhere in that contradiction lies the essence of wisdom, to stand still inside the flow, to see the pattern inside the fire. If you listen closely, you can almost hear him still, the crackle of the flames, the whisper of the river, the voice that refuses to fade. Everything changes, it says. Everything connects. And maybe that's the truest comfort Heraclitus ever gave us. Not that the world will stop shifting, but that in its movement we find meaning. The fire burns, the river flows, and the philosopher smiles, knowing that in change there is peace. The fire never went out. Long after Heraclitus vanished into the hills of Ephesus, his ideas kept burning quietly through the corridors of thought, a slow flame that refused to die. His words were like embers scattered across centuries, waiting for minds brave enough to touch them. Most who did came away marked, their own philosophies glowing faintly with his heat. Few understood him fully, but none escaped his influence. Plato was the first to wrestle with him. To Plato, Heraclitus was both a revelation and a threat, a man who shattered certainty by claiming that nothing, not even truth, stood still. All things flow, said Heraclitus. Plato disagreed. He built his world of eternal forms precisely to escape that river. If everything changes, he reasoned, how can we ever know anything? For Plato, perfection existed in the timeless realm of ideas, the unchanging world behind appearances. But even as he tried to resist Heraclitus, he couldn't ignore him. Every time he spoke of shadows and reflections, he was arguing with the man of fire. Heraclitus became the ghost haunting his philosophy, whispering from beneath the surface, "You can't freeze the river." Aristotle, ever the system builder, tried to tame the flame. He transformed Heraclitus's chaos into motion with purpose, a universe moving toward its final cause, an ordered unfolding instead of random flux. Yet even Aristotle's neat logic still carried the echo of Ephesus. Everything in motion, everything becoming. No matter how tightly reason tried to contain it, the fire slipped through. Centuries passed. The Stoics arrived, and for them, Heraclitus wasn't a threat. He was a prophet. They took his logos, that cosmic reason pulsing through fire and change, and built their philosophy on it. To the Stoics, the universe was divine intelligence in constant motion, fate not as cruelty, but as harmony. The fire that burned in Heraclitus's world became the Stoic creative fire, shaping everything from stars to souls. Even when Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The universe is change, life is opinion," he was, knowingly or not, repeating the wisdom of Ephesus. Heraclitus had seen what most could not, that stability is an illusion, and peace doesn't come from resisting change, but from moving with it. The world, he said, renews itself through conflict. Tension isn't tragedy, it's creation. Every generation rediscovers that truth the hard way. Empires rise and fall, beliefs harden and break. The fire always burns something, and always leaves light behind. When Christianity rose, Heraclitus's logos was reborn in new language. The Gospel of John begins, "In the beginning was the Word," logos again, "and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." The divine reason of Heraclitus became sacred speech. The river of flux was given voice and purpose. Yet the paradox remained. A God who changes and yet is eternal, a creation that flows yet remains divine. Even religion couldn't escape the pull of his current. Then came science, centuries later, and the fire flared anew. The atomists confirmed his intuition that matter is motion, always shifting. Darwin showed that life itself evolves through tension and adaptation. Einstein revealed that even time and space bend and flow. The modern universe, dynamic, unstable, expanding, sounds more Heraclitean than ever. The cosmos isn't a still machine, it's a living fire. In every discovery, his laughter seems to echo faintly, that sharp, knowing sound of a man who saw it coming. Heraclitus understood that permanence is the dream of those afraid to live. Reality, he said, is rhythm. Existence is dance. And while the philosophers built temples of logic, he watched the world spin and whispered, "Everything changes, but the pattern endures." His thought also shaped how we see ourselves. Psychologists and poets both owe him a debt. Carl Jung once said that the soul is a process, not a state, a becoming, not a being. Nietzsche called Heraclitus the eternal child who plays, admiring how he saw creation as play rather than plan. To Nietzsche, Heraclitus was the first to celebrate chaos, not fear it. Life, he said, is a flame that must burn brightly, not be contained. That's pure Heraclitus. Even today, his philosophy feels oddly modern. We live in a world obsessed with control, schedules, algorithms, forecasts, yet constantly reminded that nothing stays stable for long. Markets crash, climates shift, technology rewrites reality faster than we can adapt, and still, beneath the anxiety, Heraclitus's voice hums like a mantra. Go with it. Flow. Burn and become. He doesn't offer comfort, he offers courage. To accept change isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's the strength to stand inside the storm and say, this too is part of the dance. The river may never stop moving, but we can learn to move with it, to find grace in impermanence. That's what the philosopher of fire tried to teach in his riddles. Not despair, but freedom. He believed that opposites weren't enemies, but twins. That creation and destruction, life and death, joy and sorrow, all were inseparable halves of the same pulse. The way up and the way down are one and the same, he said. Modern physics calls it energy conservation. Buddhism calls it interdependence. Heraclitus called it truth. If you walk by a river now, you can almost feel it. The shimmer of his insight alive in every ripple. The water glides forward, never the same, yet always itself. You dip your hand in and realize that the river isn't the only thing changing, you are too. That's the lesson that survived millennia. To live is to flow. The philosophers who followed tried to define reality. Heraclitus simply watched it move. They sought answers. He embraced questions. They built systems. He lit fires. And somehow, 2,500 years later, his flame still burns quietly in every truth-seeker's heart. A reminder that wisdom isn't found in stopping the current, but in learning to see its beauty. Because in the end, everything, the stars, the seasons, the cities, and the souls, are just sparks from the same eternal fire. And as long as the fire burns, Heraclitus is still speaking. Before philosophers argued in marble halls, before logic wore its tidy robe, there was a man who looked at numbers and saw eternity. His name was Pythagoras, part mathematician, part mystic, part magician. And in the still dawn of the 6th century BCE, he looked up at the night sky and heard music. Not the music of lyres or flutes, but something cosmic, a harmony of motion and proportion, a silent song played by the stars themselves. He called it the music of the spheres, and for him, that melody was proof that the universe wasn't chaos. It was order set to rhythm. Pythagoras was born on the island of Samos, a place of sea winds, traders, and poets. From the beginning, he was restless, a seeker who couldn't stop asking how the world fit together. He traveled through Egypt, Babylon, maybe even farther, collecting wisdom like relics. Wherever he went, he saw patterns repeating, triangles in temples, ratios in rivers, cycles in stars. To most, these were coincidences. To him, they were clues. The gods, he believed, spoke in numbers, and creation itself was their equation. When he returned to Greece, he settled in Croton, a city in southern Italy, and founded what would become part school, part monastery, part secret society, the Pythagorean Brotherhood. It wasn't just a place to study, it was a way of life. His followers lived by rules that blended science and spirituality. They practiced silence to discipline the tongue, vegetarianism to purify the soul, and shared property to dissolve ego. To them, knowledge was sacred. The wrong equation wasn't just an error. It was a sin against the harmony of the cosmos. In Pythagoras' world, everything was number, not in the way we think of arithmetic, but as living principle. 1 was unity, the source of all things. 2 was duality, the birth of contrast. 3 was harmony, the balance between opposites. 4 was justice, the perfect square. 10, the sacred tetractys, made of the sum of 1 through 4, was perfection itself. The Pythagoreans swore oaths upon it, believing it contained the pattern of existence. To them, the universe wasn't built of atoms, but of ratios, relationships that echoed through all matter and mind. He found proof of this divine order in music. Legend says he discovered it while listening to blacksmiths hammering metal, noticing that the sounds produced weren't random, but depended on the length and tension of the hammers. From that observation, he realized that harmony could be measured. Sound itself was math, strings vibrating in simple ratios, 2 to 1, 3 to 2, 4 to 3, produced notes that pleased the ear. Dissonance was just disorder. The cosmos, then, was a vast instrument strung with planets and stars, each moving in its own perfect pitch. The heavens weren't silent, they were symphonic. To Pythagoras, the soul was part of that cosmic melody. He taught that it was immortal, traveling from body to body in a cycle of reincarnation, learning through experience until it achieved purity and rejoined the universal harmony. Every act of cruelty, every lie, every indulgence threw the soul out of tune. Virtue, moderation, wisdom, these were ways of tuning yourself back to the frequency of the divine. He wasn't just building a school. He was building a spiritual orchestra. His teachings spread like wildfire through southern Italy. The Pythagoreans wore white robes, lived communally, and devoted themselves to study. They practiced geometry as if it were prayer, seeing triangles as sacred symbols of balance. They saw the pentagram as the emblem of health, the star within man, the mirror of the universe. But their secrecy made them both fascinating and feared. To outsiders, they looked like a cult. To themselves, they were guardians of truth. Pythagoras himself became more myth than man. People said he could remember his past lives, that he once fought at Troy, that he could speak to animals, that he could see the music of the cosmos glowing in the air. Maybe those were legends built by disciples who couldn't bear to think of him as merely human. But there's something poetic in that. A man who saw the universe so vividly that people mistook understanding for magic. His discoveries changed everything. Geometry, astronomy, and philosophy all grew from his soil. The theorem that bears his name, the simple truth that in a right triangle, the square of the hypotenuse equals the sum of the other two sides, became a symbol of eternal logic. It's not just math. It's poetry that never dies. You can carve it into stone, print it on paper, or whisper it across millennia. It's still true. That's what Pythagoras sought, something that time couldn't burn. But not everyone loved him. His community's secrecy and power provoked suspicion. They meddled in politics, promoting harmony even in governance, but harmony, to the ambitious, looks like control. Eventually, Croton turned on them. The Brotherhood was attacked, their meeting hall burned, their members hunted. Some say Pythagoras escaped and starved himself in exile. Others say he was killed by a mob. Either way, the man who taught that the universe was order died in chaos. Yet, even in death, his ideas refused to vanish. Plato would later weave his harmony into metaphysics, calling the soul's perfection a matter of mathematical proportion. The Renaissance would resurrect him in music, architecture, and science. Every cathedral, every sonata, every atom modeled on balance and symmetry. Even now, physicists speak of vibrating strings and cosmic frequencies unknowingly playing his tune. Pythagoras taught that to understand the universe, you must first understand yourself, because you are made of the same patterns, the same ratios, the same quiet rhythm of order. Listen closely enough, and you can hear it. The pulse of your own heart echoing the spin of planets. The breath of your lungs keeping time with the tides. The harmony he found in numbers was never just about math. It was about meaning. He believed that wisdom was not learned but remembered, a truth sung into the soul long before birth. That's why his followers studied not just to know, but to remember what they already were, fragments of divine music. And maybe that's still the most beautiful thought he left us, that behind all the chaos of life, behind the noise of our own making, there's still a melody waiting to be heard. The music of the spheres never stopped. We just forgot how to listen. The Pythagorean fire never really went out. It just changed form. After Croton turned to ashes, the surviving followers scattered like sparks across the Mediterranean, carrying their teacher's numbers in memory and song. The brotherhood was gone, but the dream of harmony remained. In secret, in whispers, in classrooms and cathedrals, the idea kept returning, that the universe itself is a composition, and if you listen closely enough, reason sounds like music. Plato was the first great heir to that dream. He took Pythagoras' numbers and turned them into metaphysics, the invisible scaffolding of reality. In Plato's world, geometry was not a tool, it was revelation. He carved the phrase, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here," above the door of his academy. To him, shapes and ratios weren't human inventions. They were eternal forms, glimpses of divine order. He believed the soul, too, followed mathematical patterns. Harmony when virtuous, dissonance when corrupted. The human being, he said, was a lyre strung between reason and passion, and philosophy was the art of tuning it. That idea, to live in tune with truth, is pure Pythagoras, wearing Plato's robe. Aristotle, more grounded but no less awed, also felt the pulse of the numbers beneath the world. He studied the motion of planets, the growth of shells, the curve of waves, and saw the same ratios repeating. Though he doubted Pythagoras' mysticism, he couldn't escape his influence. Mathematics, he admitted, was the grammar of reality. What Pythagoras had sensed through intuition, Aristotle began to measure through observation. The harmony was still there, now in equations, not prayers. Centuries later, in the age of cathedrals, monks would build churches as frozen symphonies of number and light. Gothic arches rose according to sacred geometry, their stained glass glowing with the ratios of perfection. To walk inside those cathedrals was to step into a mathematical hymn, architecture as faith, space as song. The builders didn't always know it, but they were still playing Pythagoras' music. And then came the scientists who turned his harmony into law. Johannes Kepler, staring at the planets, saw not chaos, but choreography. He believed God had arranged the cosmos according to geometric beauty, that each orbit sang its own tone, forming a celestial chord. His book, Harmonices Mundi, The Harmony of the World, was a love letter to Pythagoras written in the language of physics. When he discovered that the square of a planet's orbital period was proportional to the cube of its distance from the sun, he didn't see numbers. He saw rhythm. The universe, Kepler wrote, is a divine choir without end. Even Isaac Newton, centuries later, built upon that song. Gravity, motion, light, all expressed in equations of elegance and proportion. When he said that nature is written in the language of mathematics, he was echoing Pythagoras across millennia. The philosopher from Samos had looked at the stars and seen harmony. Newton looked with a telescope and proved it. But Pythagoras' influence didn't stop at science. His vision reached deep into art, music, and the soul. The Renaissance painters obsessed over perspective, another dance of geometry. Leonardo da Vinci drew the Vitruvian Man inside a circle and square, symbolizing the unity between human form and cosmic design. Musicians tuned their instruments by mathematical intervals, from Bach's fugues to Mozart's symphonies. all chasing the same invisible symmetry that Pythagoras once heard in the hum of the universe. Even today, when we speak of tempo, tone, frequency, and vibration, we're still using his vocabulary, the physics of beauty. His idea of reincarnation, the soul as an immortal traveler through bodies and eras, also found new life beyond Greece. Plato embraced it. So did later mystics, Gnostics, and poets. The notion that the soul carries memory through lifetimes, that wisdom is remembering, not learning, still ripples through Eastern and Western traditions alike. The idea feels less like superstition and more like metaphor now. That experience, across generations, refines consciousness. That humanity itself is the soul evolving toward harmony. Modern physics, in its own way, brought the story full circle. The discovery of quantum vibration, strings of energy oscillating in multiple dimensions, reads like a scientific echo of the ancient lyre. The music of the spheres became the string theory of today. Each particle, each vibration, each resonance, still a song, still Pythagoras whispering through equations. And while science stripped away his mysticism, it never killed his message. Because underneath the data, his faith still shines, that beauty and truth are the same thing. That understanding the world isn't just analysis, it's awe. Even Einstein, whose mind was pure logic wrapped in poetry, once said, "The most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible." That sentence could have been written in Croton, under starlight. Maybe that's the real legacy of Pythagoras. Not triangles or theorems, but the sense that knowing and wonder are not enemies. He showed that mathematics isn't just a human invention. It's a reflection of something older, deeper, and universal. To him, a number wasn't a fact. It was a prayer. When we measure rhythm, when we balance design, when we seek order in chaos, we're still standing in his garden of ratios, tracing invisible harmonies in the air. His faith in proportion became the silent heartbeat of civilization. The reason bridges stand, music stirs, and stars stay in orbit. 2,500 years later, the world hums with his fingerprints. The pulse of electricity, the coding of computers, the spiral of galaxies, all follow his song. Somewhere between physics and poetry, Pythagoras still sits cross-legged under the stars, listening. He taught that truth isn't found by escaping the world, but by hearing the pattern within it. And if you close your eyes long enough, you might still catch it. That faint celestial music, the chorus of spheres turning endlessly through the dark, playing a song older than language, the song of reason, rhythm, and soul. The song that never ends. The city is loud, merchants shouting, sandals scraping, the smell of olives and dust hanging in the air. Somewhere in the crowd, an old man moves slowly through the marketplace, his robe simple, his feet bare, his eyes alive with mischief. He stops strangers at random, asks them impossible questions, and smiles as their confidence unravels. This is Socrates, the man who made Athens think, the philosopher who never wrote a word yet changed the world with conversation. He didn't lecture. He hunted, not for wealth or power, but for truth. His weapon was a question. His method was dialogue. His battlefield was the human mind. What is justice? He'd ask a politician. What is courage? He'd ask a soldier. What is beauty? He'd ask a poet. And when they answered, he'd nod gently, then dismantle their answers piece by piece, exposing contradictions with childlike curiosity. It wasn't cruelty, it was cleansing. He believed ignorance wasn't a flaw, but the first step toward wisdom. "I know that I know nothing," he said, and meant it. Athens at that time was the jewel of Greece, powerful, proud, and restless. The city had seen war, democracy, theatre, and empire. Its people believed themselves wise, cultured, superior. Socrates walked among them like a mirror, forcing them to confront the cracks in their brilliance. He wasn't rich, wasn't handsome, and certainly wasn't fashionable. He spent his days talking with anyone who'd listen, craftsmen, soldiers, slaves, sophists, youths. His home was the agora, his temple the human soul. He believed philosophy wasn't about theories, it was about living rightly. The unexamined life is not worth living, he told his students. For Socrates, that wasn't arrogance, it was compassion. To live without reflection, to chase pleasure or status without understanding why, that was a tragedy. He wanted people to see themselves clearly, stripped of pretense, to know what they truly valued. He called it the care of the soul, the greatest duty of all. He never claimed to teach. He claimed to midwife ideas, to help others give birth to truth through questions. "I cannot teach anybody anything," he said. "I can only make them think." His conversations were uncomfortable but magnetic. They pulled people out of illusions and into awareness. For the young, he was intoxicating, a living example of courage and independence. For the powerful, he was dangerous, because to question everything is to threaten everything. Athens worshipped its gods and laws, but Socrates asked if piety was obedience or understanding. He asked if democracy could survive ignorance. He asked if power without virtue was anything but corruption dressed in fine clothes. The more he asked, the more enemies he made. To the politicians, he was a troublemaker. To the sophists, the professional teachers who sold rhetoric, he was a nuisance who exposed their empty showmanship. But to those who loved truth, he was a light in a city that didn't realize it was dimming. His followers were young, brilliant, and idealistic, among them Plato, who would later immortalize him. But influence, like flame, spreads unpredictably. Some of his admirers took his ideas to extremes. One of them, Alcibiades, became a charismatic general whose ambitions nearly destroyed Athens. Others used his questions to justify rebellion. The line between philosophy and sedition grew thin. When Athens fell to Sparta, the city turned inward, bitter and paranoid. It looked for someone to blame. And there he was, old, poor, defiant, still asking questions. In 399 BCE, they brought him to trial. The charges: corrupting the youth and impiety, refusing to worship the city's gods. The truth was simpler. He made people uncomfortable, and the powerful hate discomfort. The trial was public, theatrical, crowded. His accusers spoke of danger, of moral decay. When his turn came, Socrates refused to beg. He stood calm before the jury and said, "I am not a corrupter, but a gadfly sent by the gods. And Athens is my great horse, noble but sluggish. I sting it to keep it awake." He could have escaped conviction easily. One apology, one concession, one act of flattery, that's all they wanted. Instead, he spoke the same way he had lived, honestly, relentlessly. When the guilty verdict came, he didn't tremble. They asked what punishment he proposed for himself. He smiled and said, "I deserve free meals for life, as a benefactor of the state." The court gasped. The vote for death passed swiftly. His friends arranged an escape. They bribed the guards, planned his flight. But Socrates refused. To him, running would contradict everything he'd stood for. "One must never do wrong, even in return for wrong," he said. So he spent his last day talking, calmly, joyfully, about the immortality of the soul. Surrounded by his students, he drank the cup of hemlock and lay down. As the poison reached his heart, he spoke his final words. "Crito, we owe a rooster to Asclepius. Pay the debt and do not forget a strange farewell, a thank you to the god of healing." Perhaps he meant that death, for him, was a cure. When he died, Athens lost more than a man. It lost its conscience. The marketplace grew quieter. The questions faded. But the echo of his voice, patient, ironic, unafraid, never left. His student Plato would gather those echoes and build philosophy's first monument, the dialogues. Through them, Socrates became immortal. The man who taught that wisdom begins with admitting ignorance, and that courage means facing truth even when it kills you. Centuries later, his words still sting. They ask us the same uncomfortable questions he asked the Athenians. What do you really believe? What is worth dying for? Are you living or just existing? The world changes, but those questions do not. The unexamined life is still unworthy, and the search for truth is still the noblest rebellion. The cup is empty, the old man is gone, the cell grows cold. Outside, the city moves on, its streets alive with gossip and indifference. But one student stays frozen in that moment, silent, burning, forever changed. His name is Plato, and from the death of his teacher, he will build a philosophy that outlives empires. Where Socrates left no writings, Plato will leave volumes. Where Socrates questioned, Plato will construct. And where Socrates died for truth, Plato will immortalize it. He begins not with anger, but with grief refined into purpose. For Plato, the execution of Socrates wasn't just an injustice. It was a symptom of a deeper sickness, a city that had lost its way, mistaking popularity for wisdom, opinion for truth. He decides that if men can't live wisely, they must at least learn to think wisely. Philosophy for him becomes not only remembrance, but rebellion, the art of rebuilding the world from reason upward. He opens his academy just outside Athens, beneath the shade of olive trees sacred to Athena, the goddess of wisdom. There, philosophy becomes structured, dialogue turned into doctrine. He gathers students as Socrates once gathered wanderers, but now their questions have form, shape, and sequence. To them, he teaches not how to win arguments, but how to ascend from ignorance to insight. His method, inherited from his master, still begins with questioning, but ends in vision. Plato believes that behind the shifting world of appearances lies a realm of perfect, eternal forms, ideals untouched by decay or opinion. Everything we see, he says, is only a shadow of what truly is. Beauty, justice, goodness. These are not inventions of the mind, but eternal realities the soul remembers. The world of senses is a cave, and most people live chained inside it, watching shadows on the wall and calling them truth. The philosopher, through reason and self-discipline, turns toward the light and glimpses the real. Once he sees it, he must return to free the others, even if they resist. This image, the allegory of the cave, becomes one of history's great metaphors. It isn't just about knowledge, it's about responsibility. The philosopher isn't meant to escape the world, but to serve it, to bring light into darkness, even at personal cost. In that sense, Plato's vision is still Socratic at its core, wisdom as duty, truth as a public act. But where Socrates stood in the marketplace, Plato builds a stairway to heaven. He turns the search for virtue into metaphysics, the love of wisdom into the architecture of the soul. In the Republic, he dares to imagine the ideal society, not one ruled by wealth or bloodline, but by wisdom. The philosopher king, he writes, should lead because only those who love truth more than power can be trusted with either. It's a dream and a warning at once. He's seen what happens when ignorance governs. The trial of Socrates still fresh in his mind. Justice, he argues, is harmony. Each part of the soul and each class of society performing its proper role in balance. Virtue is not submission, it's order within freedom. But Plato's world isn't utopia. He knows the flaws of men too well. His dialogues are full of contradictions, reflections, and reversals. He never preaches certainty. He dramatizes the struggle for it. Each dialogue is a conversation between minds, Socrates always present, always questioning, always pulling ideas toward the light. Through these exchanges, Plato builds a theater of thought, turning philosophy into art. He explores everything: the nature of love, the symposium, the meaning of courage, Laches, the immortality of the soul, Phaedo, the structure of knowledge, Theaetetus. Each work is a ripple from that cell where Socrates drank the poison. His teacher's voice still echoes through every page, "Know thyself." But Plato's addition is faith, that self-knowledge isn't the end, it's the beginning of transcendence. For him, the soul is immortal, endlessly reborn until it learns to see truth in its purest form. Knowledge, therefore, isn't discovery, it's remembering. To learn is to awaken what the soul already knows. The philosopher's journey is the soul's homecoming. It's the same music Pythagoras heard, the same fire Heraclitus saw. Order within motion, unity within change. Plato's academy thrives for nearly 1,000 years, shaping generations of thinkers. From its halls come Aristotle, who will later challenge his teacher but never escape his influence. Even centuries later, when Christian theologians seek to explain divine truth, they turn to Plato's language of eternal forms. Heaven becomes the realm of perfection, earth its imperfect shadow. His ideas seep into every art, every science, every act of wondering. And yet, for all his abstraction, Plato never forgets the man who started it all, the barefoot gadfly of Athens. Socrates appears in almost every dialogue, still asking questions, still refusing comfort. It's as if Plato couldn't bear to let him die. Through his writings, he gives Socrates eternal life, a voice that can't be silenced by courts or hemlock. Plato's gift to the world isn't just his philosophy, it's his vision of philosophy itself, as a bridge between mortal confusion and immortal truth. He teaches that thought isn't escape, but elevation, that the mind properly trained can climb from shadows to sunlight. And he reminds us that the highest knowledge is moral, to see the good and to live by it. When he dies, around 347 BCE, his academy endures. The olive trees still rustle, the students still gather, the questions still rise like prayers. Centuries may erase the city walls, but not the words carved into the heart of every seeker since. That wisdom is remembering, that truth is real, and that a single mind, in love with understanding, can illuminate the world. Plato kept his teacher alive, not as a memory, but as a method. And every time we question what is right, or search for what is true, or choose integrity over comfort, Socrates smiles again through Plato's words, and the conversation continues. The olive trees of Plato's academy still whisper, but the air has changed. The dreamer's gaze toward heaven has been replaced by something steadier, sharper, and more deliberate. From that same grove walks a man with a mind like a compass, pointing toward truth in every direction, Aristotle of Stagira. If Plato built a ladder to the stars, Aristotle turned it sideways, setting its rungs firmly on the earth. He believed the world wasn't a shadow of something higher, it was the thing itself, beautiful, observable, knowable, and he would spend his life proving it. Aristotle was born in 384 BCE, far from Athens, in a small city in northern Greece. His father was a physician to the king of Macedon, and from him young Aristotle inherited a fascination with nature, with the bones of animals, the pulse of plants, the patterns of the sky. When he arrived in Athens at 17, he entered Plato's academy and stayed for 20 years. But though he adored his teacher, he couldn't stay in his shadow forever. Plato is dear to me, he would later say, but dearer still is truth. That was Aristotle's creed, respect for wisdom, but obedience only to reality. Where Plato saw perfection beyond the senses, Aristotle saw order within them. He trusted experience more than imagination. He believed truth wasn't in the heavens, but in the details of the world, in feathers, stones, syllogisms, and causes. To him, philosophy wasn't speculation, it was investigation. He dissected fish, catalogued plants, measured stars, studied politics, ethics, poetry, and logic. He wasn't content to understand one piece. He wanted the entire mosaic. He called his school the Lyceum, a place of walking and thinking. His students followed him through groves and courtyards as he lectured, earning them the name peripatetics, the walkers. But they weren't dreamers. They were researchers. While other philosophers debated in temples, Aristotle and his students were counting, measuring, comparing. They were the first scientists in spirit, turning wonder into method. He sought to answer a question older than Greece itself. What makes a thing what it is? For Aristotle, every object, every creature had four causes, four reasons for its being. The material cause, what it's made of. The formal cause, its design or essence. The efficient cause, who or what made it. And the final cause, its purpose. To understand anything, he said, you must see all four. It was an elegant map of existence, simple enough for any mind, profound enough for all time. Aristotle's gift was structure. He built the scaffolding of logic itself, syllogisms, categories, definitions, distinctions. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. That small chain of reasoning may seem obvious now, but in his hands it became a revolution. Logic was no longer art, it was architecture. He gave thought a skeleton. Every modern argument, every scientific theory still walks on those bones. His curiosity had no borders. He wrote on physics, metaphysics, biology, rhetoric, ethics, and politics, over 200 works, only fragments of which survive. He was the first to classify animals systematically, the first to analyze governments by constitution, the first to define tragedy in literature. He didn't just observe, he organized. He believed knowledge should form a whole, a living network where every branch connects to the root of truth. Ethics, for Aristotle, wasn't divine command or abstract ideal. It was a craft. He taught that virtue lies in balance, the golden mean. Courage is the balance between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity lies between greed and waste. The good life, he said, isn't about extremes. It's about equilibrium. Happiness, eudaimonia, is not pleasure, but flourishing, the harmony of the soul living according to reason. Virtue isn't given. It's practiced, like an art, through habit until it becomes natural. He believed man was a political animal, not because politics corrupts us, but because we find meaning in community. The city, he said, exists not merely to live, but to live well. Justice is the health of that community, and friendship its heartbeat. His Nicomachean ethic still feels modern, still speaks with the same calm wisdom, that goodness is not perfection, but discipline. But even a mind that vast couldn't stay untouched by history. When his teacher's student, Alexander the Great, began to conquer the world, Aristotle was chosen as his tutor. He taught the boy philosophy, science, and ethics, though history would show how little of the last the young king remembered. Still, through Alexander, Aristotle's curiosity traveled with every army, to Egypt, Persia, India, expanding the borders of both empire and knowledge. After Alexander's death, Athens turned hostile to Macedonians, and Aristotle, though a philosopher, was one of them by association. The city that once honored thought now hunted it again. He fled quietly, saying he would not allow Athens to sin twice against philosophy, a bitter echo of Socrates' fate. He died soon after in exile, leaving behind a system of thought so complete that for 2,000 years to argue with Aristotle was to define what thinking meant. His legacy shaped every corner of civilization. The medieval world built universities on his method. Aquinas baptized his logic into theology. Renaissance scientists challenged his physics, but used his framework to do it. Even modern empiricism, the belief that truth comes from observation, is his gift. He was the architect of knowledge before anyone knew it needed structure. If Plato dreamed of perfection, Aristotle designed the blueprint. If Pythagoras heard the music of the spheres, Aristotle tuned the instruments. He showed that truth doesn't live in mysticism or abstraction, but in the quiet pattern of reality itself. His logic still guides how we speak, write, and reason. His ethics still whisper that balance is strength. His science still reminds us that wonder begins not with faith, but with curiosity. 2 millennia later, the Lyceum is dust, but its echo endures. In every lab, every library, every mind that pauses to ask not just what is true, but why it is true. Aristotle taught that the world makes sense, not because the gods decree it, but because it is ordered, rational, and discoverable. And if the search for that order is endless, perhaps that's the point. Aristotle's voice didn't fade when he died. It deepened, echoed, multiplied. For 2,000 years his logic became the skeleton of civilization, the quiet structure beneath every cathedral, courtroom, and classroom. Empires fell, languages changed, gods rose and vanished, but his thought endured like bedrock beneath the shifting sands of belief. No other philosopher has ever shaped human reason so completely, or for so long. After his death, his works travelled like relics, copied and hidden, studied and smuggled, until they resurfaced centuries later in the libraries of the Islamic world. In the golden cities of Baghdad, Damascus, and Cordoba, scholars pored over his manuscripts, translating them into Arabic, preserving ideas Europe had nearly forgotten. Men like Al-Farabi, Avicenna, and Averroes became his heirs, interpreting his logic, expanding his metaphysics, fusing Greek reason with Islamic faith. To them, Aristotle was the first teacher, the master of thinking itself. Through them, the torch crossed back into Europe, carried by translation and devotion. Monks in cold stone monasteries studied his pages by candlelight, hearing the voice of a pagan who had somehow spoken the language of God. In the 13th century, one man, Thomas Aquinas, would do what even centuries of scholars had not: reconcile Aristotle's reason with Christian revelation. Aquinas called him simply the philosopher, as though there were no other. He built his theology upon Aristotelian logic, arguing that faith and reason were not enemies but twins, one reaching upward through grace, the other outward through understanding. Aquinas believed that Aristotle had glimpsed divine truth through nature. His idea of the unmoved mover, a perfect eternal cause of all motion, became Aquinas's proof of God. His belief that every living thing strives toward purpose, the final cause, became the language of creation itself. Through Aristotle, faith became rational, belief gained structure. The cathedrals that rose during that era were built not only on stone, but on syllogisms. Their arches echoed geometry. Their stained glass windows refracted theology and reason into color and light. But the same order that made medieval thought so precise would, in time, become its cage. For centuries, Aristotle's words were treated not as ideas to question, but as laws to obey. His authority became divine, his errors sacred. The universities he inspired, Paris, Oxford, Bologna, taught his logic as gospel. To disagree was to risk heresy. It was the price of immortality. His ideas survived, but his spirit of curiosity was smothered beneath devotion. Then came the Renaissance, the rebirth of questioning, and Aristotle's world was shaken again. Scholars rediscovered the original Greek texts, free from centuries of interpretation. Artists dissected bodies, astronomers turned telescopes to the stars, and philosophers asked the forbidden question: what if Aristotle was wrong? Copernicus found that the Earth was not the center of the cosmos, defying Aristotle's celestial spheres. Galileo watched objects fall and proved that heavy and light masses fall at the same speed, shattering Aristotle's physics. And yet, even as they dismantled his cosmos, they were still using his method: observation, classification, deduction. That was the paradox of Aristotle's legacy. He taught the world to think so well that it eventually learned to think beyond him. Every discovery that refuted him was also his triumph. Proof that reason, once awakened, can't be chained, not even by its master. The Enlightenment philosophers, Bacon, Descartes, Locke, still walked in his footsteps, refining the empirical method he began. The scientific revolution was, in a way, Aristotle's final experiment. Could reason, freed from superstition, understand creation on its own? The answer was yes, and it began with him. But Aristotle wasn't only the father of logic and science, he was also the quiet guardian of ethics, of how to live. His belief in the golden mean became the moral compass of Western civilization, a reminder that virtue isn't extremism, but equilibrium. Even when theology and politics tore the world apart, his simple principle endured. Happiness comes not from indulgence or denial, but from balance. His influence still flows invisibly through everything we call modern. When scientists classify species, they echo his history of animals. When psychologists study habit, they repeat his ethics. When we talk about causes, effects, or categories, we speak his language without knowing it. Even our politics, democracy as a system of shared reasoning, breathes through his lungs. What makes Aristotle eternal isn't that he was always right. It's that he was always reaching, always trying to bring the infinite within the grasp of the human mind. He believed truth was not divine revelation or mystical intuition, but disciplined observation, the courage to see clearly and to name what is. His gift wasn't knowledge itself, but the method to pursue it. The modern world, for all its technology and theories, still stands on his foundation. Every argument that appeals to logic, every experiment that demands evidence, every law that seeks reason over passion, they are the echoes of his Lyceum. He built the blueprint for thought, and we're still living inside it. Yet there's a kind of poetry in how history treated him. The man who mapped the universe with reason ended up teaching faith how to think, then science how to doubt. He belonged to no single era because he belonged to everyone. His method was universal, his curiosity timeless. He showed that the mind, properly used, is its own compass, capable of navigating from ignorance to understanding, from wonder to wisdom. So the torch that began in Stagira still burns, passed from scrolls to cathedrals to laboratories to laptops. It burns every time a student asks why, every time a scientist tests a theory, every time someone chooses reason over fear. That's Aristotle's immortality, not carved in stone or scripture, but alive in thought itself. And if philosophy is humanity's long conversation with truth, then Aristotle's voice remains one of its clearest. Calm, confident, endlessly curious. The voice that whispers across centuries, "Think carefully, for that is how the universe speaks to us." Athens loved words almost as much as it loved glory. In its crowded streets, eloquence was power, a sharper weapon than the sword, a richer coin than gold. The assembly buzzed with argument, the courts overflowed with orators, and reputation rose or fell not by deeds, but by how beautifully one could describe them. Into this world stepped the sophists, travelers, teachers, linguistic magicians who promised to make any man powerful through speech. They were the rock stars of reason, the celebrities of cleverness. They didn't build temples, they built arguments. They came from every corner of the Greek world, wandering intellectuals who sold their skills for a fee. Protagoras of Abdera, Gorgias of Leontini, Hippias of Elis, Prodicus of Seos, names that shimmered with prestige. They taught grammar, politics, memory, argument, and above all, persuasion. Their promise was irresistible. With the right words, you could win any debate, sway any crowd, rise to any height. Truth wasn't their goal. Victory was. Protagoras, the elder among them, declared, "Man is the measure of all things." It was both revelation and rebellion. He meant that truth wasn't absolute but relative, shaped by perception, by perspective, by the speaker and the listener alike. There was no divine standard, no universal right, only opinion and the skill to defend it. To a city drunk on democracy and debate, it sounded like liberation. To philosophers like Socrates, it sounded like blasphemy. Gorgias took it even further. He claimed that nothing truly exists, and even if it did, we couldn't know it. And even if we could know it, we couldn't communicate it. To him, language wasn't a bridge to truth, but a spell, an art of illusion that made the impossible seem real. Speech, he said, is a great lord, which by means of the smallest and most invisible body accomplishes the most divine works. Words could enslave reason, charm emotion, create worlds. He didn't worship truth, he worshipped power. And Athens adored them for it. They dressed in fine robes, spoke in rhythms like poets, dazzled crowds in public contests of wit. They taught young aristocrats how to argue their way to influence, how to make the weaker case appear stronger, how to twist logic until it sang the tune they wanted. To them, knowledge was a craft, not a calling. They didn't ask, "What is good?" They asked, "What works?" It was philosophy turned performance, and in a sense they were right. Language does shape reality. Persuasion decides elections, determines justice, defines morality. The sophists understood the mechanics of this before anyone else. They saw that truth and perception rarely align, that people believe not what's right, but what's convincing. They were the first to reveal and exploit the power of narrative. But there was a price. As their fame grew, so did suspicion. To thinkers like Socrates and Plato, the sophists were a corruption of wisdom, selling philosophy to the highest bidder, teaching men how to sound wise without being wise. They turned truth into a game and virtue into currency. Socrates accused them of producing clever imitators of thought, shadows of intellect that darkened the soul. They make the worse argument appear the better, he said, and teach this for pay. Plato went further. In his dialogues, especially Gorgias and Protagoras, he portrays the sophists as seductive but hollow, masters of words who could persuade anyone of anything, yet stood for nothing. To Plato, rhetoric without morality was poison, beautiful lies whispered into eager ears. The sophist, he warned, is the politician's parasite, the salesman of illusion. He believed they had turned philosophy, the pursuit of truth, into a market for manipulation. Yet history, as always, is complicated. For all their faults, the sophists gave the world something priceless, the first true understanding of subjectivity. They forced philosophy to confront a question that still haunts it. What if truth really is relative? What if what we call right and wrong are merely agreements, not absolutes? The sophists didn't destroy truth. They exposed its fragility. And they democratized knowledge. Before them, education belonged to the elite. They taught anyone who could pay, merchants, foreigners, ambitious youths, how to use reason and rhetoric to rise above their station. In that sense, they were revolutionaries. They believed that speech was power, and power could be learned. In the heart of a society ruled by birthright and wealth, they sold the one skill that could overturn both. Their legacy rippled through history. Rhetoric became the backbone of law, politics, and education. The art of persuasion evolved from their lessons, from Aristotle's rhetoric to Cicero's orations, from medieval sermons to modern advertising. Every lawyer, every politician, every influencer still owes them a debt. The sophist's voice echoes every time a truth is shaped, twisted, or sold. They were not saints or villains, but mirrors, reflecting humanity's eternal struggle between honesty and ambition. They showed that wisdom can serve both light and shadow, that the same eloquence that inspires revolutions can justify injustice, that words can build empires, and destroy them. By the time Plato and Aristotle refined philosophy into systems of ethics and logic, the sophists faded into reputation more than presence, admired by some, reviled by others. But their fingerprints remain on every argument, every speech, every screen. They turned communication into a craft, perception into power. Perhaps they were neither corrupters nor saviors, but reminders that truth without persuasion is ignored, and persuasion without truth is dangerous. They left behind no temples, no sacred texts, only a warning carved invisibly into the heart of civilization, that the line between wisdom and manipulation is thinner than a breath, and that those who master words must always remember their weight. The sophists never saw themselves as villains. They believed they were liberators, freeing minds from the tyranny of certainty. Yet in Athens, their freedom of thought was both admired and feared. To question the gods was dangerous. To question truth itself was revolutionary. And so, when Socrates began to challenge them, the stage was set for philosophy's first great battle, not over gods or politics, but over reality itself. In the cool shade of the agora, the duel played out like theatre. On one side stood the sophists, polished, persuasive, confident. On the other, Socrates, barefoot, scruffy, and relentless. They both used words as weapons, but for very different wars. The sophists sought victory. Socrates sought virtue. The sophists taught how to win an argument. Socrates asked whether the argument should be won at all. For them, language was a tool of control. For him, it was a path to the soul. Their clashes became legend. Protagoras argued that man is the measure of all things, and Socrates replied, "Then is there no measure for man himself?" Gorgias claimed that words could enslave the mind. Socrates answered that truth could free it. Where the sophists saw truth as fluid, Socrates believed it was hard and shining, buried deep but discoverable through questioning. "Opinion," he said, "is the enemy of knowledge." Plato would later immortalize these debates in his dialogues, casting the sophists as tricksters, masters of illusion whose eloquence outpaced their ethics. To him, they were a symptom of a deeper sickness in Athens, the hunger for power disguised as intellect. He saw their influence everywhere, in the courts, in the assembly, even in the very rhetoric that condemned Socrates to death. When he wrote Gorgias, it wasn't just philosophy, it was a warning that a society which prizes persuasion over truth will one day talk itself into ruin. And yet, for all Plato's condemnation, the sophists were not entirely wrong. They understood something timeless, that perception often matters more than fact, that the crowd follows confidence, not correctness, that human beings don't live in the world as it is, but in the stories they tell about it. Their danger was not in seeing that truth could be shaped. It was in forgetting that shaping comes with responsibility. In that tension between truth and talk, modern civilization was born. Every democracy since Athens has walked that same tightrope. The sophists' techniques didn't die with them, they evolved. They became the language of politics, law, and media, the art of making people believe, even without evidence. From Roman senators to modern campaign managers, from courtrooms to cable news, the same formulas echo. Simplify, amplify, dramatize, repeat. The sophists would have recognized the game immediately. Their spirit lives in every soundbite and slogan, every speech that trades complexity for applause. They would have thrived in our world, a world where persuasion has become performance, and truth often bends under the weight of spectacle. They would have understood how algorithms amplify outrage, how emotion conquers reason, how power hides in presentation. To them, this wouldn't be corruption, it would be mastery. But Socrates still stands in the marketplace, somewhere in memory, asking the same stubborn question. Why? Why do we value victory more than virtue? Why do we listen to those who speak best instead of those who mean best? The sophists showed humanity what language can do, Socrates reminded it what language is for. Their rivalry became the pulse of Western thought, the eternal tug-of-war between manipulation and meaning. Even today, philosophy wrestles with their ghost. Moral relativism, the idea that truth depends on culture, context, or perspective, is the direct descendant of Protagoras' creed. In one age, it's seen as enlightenment, in another, as decay. But the question remains, can a society survive without shared truths? The Sophists said yes, that persuasion could hold it together. Socrates said no, that only virtue could. And in that argument lies every modern debate about politics, media, and morality. Plato tried to cage rhetoric within ethics. In his Phaedrus, he imagined the ideal orator, one who uses persuasion only to lead souls toward the good. To him, rhetoric wasn't evil, just dangerous when divorced from truth. It was fire, life-giving in the right hands, destructive in the wrong. Aristotle later took that fire and gave it form. His rhetoric turned persuasion into science, analyzing ethos, character, pathos, emotion, and logos, reason. He didn't condemn the Sophists. He absorbed them, refined them. He showed that persuasion could serve truth instead of distorting it. But humanity rarely stays balanced. For every philosopher who uses language to enlighten, there's another who uses it to control. The Sophists' legacy runs through both veins. In the eloquence of Martin Luther King Jr. and the demagoguery of dictators, in the speeches that free nations and the lies that enslave them. The same art that sparks revolutions can also build cages. Perhaps that's why the Sophists still matter. They were the first to show us the mirror, that truth and illusion are not opposites but reflections, that words can both reveal and disguise. They forced philosophy to confront its own shadow, the danger that wisdom can serve any master. And in the end, that's what makes them unforgettable. The Sophists were not villains in togas, but warnings in flesh, proof that intelligence without integrity becomes manipulation, and that brilliance without conscience becomes chaos. They remind us that in every era, truth must be defended not only from ignorance, but from eloquence. The agora is empty now, the dust long settled, but the argument never ended. Every time we speak, write, or persuade, we walk between two invisible teachers, one whispering that words can shape the world, the other reminding us to speak only what is true. The Sophists gave us the gift of language. Socrates gave us the conscience to use it. The rest is up to us. By the time the Roman Empire rose, the voices of Greece had already become whispers carried on the wind. Plato's idealism, Aristotle's order, Heraclitus's fire, all drifting through time like dust on sunlight. But one philosophy survived not as theory but as armor, Stoicism. It crossed the sea, put on a Roman cloak, and marched beside soldiers. It sat beside emperors. It whispered to slaves in chains. In a world ruled by violence and vanity, Stoicism became the quiet rebellion of the mind, a philosophy of control when control was impossible. Rome was power embodied. Its streets were marble, its legions endless, its hunger insatiable. Conquest built its glory, but also its anxiety. Every triumph brought new instability, every feast another shadow. The Stoics arrived not as conquerors, but as healers, offering calm amid chaos. The empire could command armies, but it could not command peace. The Stoics promised both strength and serenity. The seeds were Greek, planted by Zeno on the Stoa Poikile, but the Romans gave them iron roots. They turned philosophy into practice. They weren't interested in speculation. They wanted survival. The first Roman Stoics, thinkers like Cato the Younger and Musonius Rufus, wore virtue like armor. They believed that while the world may be ruled by chance, the self can be ruled by reason. To them, freedom didn't mean power or wealth. It meant mastery of one's own mind. Cato, stern and incorruptible, lived stoicism like a soldier. He stood against Caesar, the tides of corruption, and the collapse of the Republic. When defeat came, he chose death over dishonor, a final act of freedom. His enemies called it arrogance. The Stoics called it integrity. He believed that a man who yields his principles has already lost, no matter how long he lives. Cato became the Roman face of virtue, hard, unbending, unbroken. Then came Seneca, statesman, playwright, philosopher, and paradox. Born into wealth, raised among power, he preached simplicity from within the palace walls. As tutor and advisor to Nero, he tried to shape an emperor's soul and failed. But even surrounded by decadence and danger, his writings remained serene. "We suffer more in imagination than in reality," he said. "It is not that we have a short life, but that we waste much of it." Seneca's Stoicism wasn't about denial, it was about perspective. He taught that life's turbulence is inevitable, but misery is optional. He wrote letters like medicine, short, sharp doses of reason. "Begin at once to live," he urged, "and count each separate day as a separate life." For him, philosophy wasn't abstract, it was daily discipline. He compared the mind to a fortress surrounded by temptation and fear. Only by reason can the gates be held. Yet his own life was full of contradiction, preaching moderation while enjoying luxury, advising a tyrant while writing about virtue. When Nero finally turned on him, Seneca met death calmly, opening his veins and continuing to teach as the blood left him. Like Cato before him, he made philosophy his final act. But perhaps the truest Stoic of Rome wasn't born free at all. Epictetus began life as a slave, crippled by a cruel master who once twisted his leg until it broke. "You may fetter my leg," he said, "but not my will." When he was freed, he opened a small school in Greece and began to teach the purest Stoicism, stripped of luxury, rank, and pretense. His lessons were blunt, practical, unshakable. "It's not things that disturb us," he said, "but our judgments about things. Change your thoughts, and the world changes with them." Epictetus saw philosophy as training for the soul. Each hardship was an opportunity to practice virtue. "Don't ask that things happen as you wish," he told his students. "Wish for them to happen as they do, and you will go on well." His words traveled far, to soldiers, statesmen, and eventually to an emperor. Marcus Aurelius, ruler of the known world, found Stoicism not in marble halls, but in solitude. He wasn't a conqueror by temperament. He was a philosopher who happened to wear a crown. On campaign, amid snow and sickness, he wrote to himself, reflections never meant for anyone else. Meditations. "You have power over your mind," he wrote, "not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Marcus practiced Stoicism as therapy, a reminder that even emperors bleed, that even rulers serve fate. His writing was intimate, weary, and beautiful. "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be," he said. "Be one." In him, Stoicism reached its height, from the porch of Athens to the throne of Rome, from a shipwrecked philosopher to the master of legions. What made Stoicism so enduring was its simplicity. It didn't ask men to escape the world, but to live rightly within it. It taught that the only true possession is character, that pleasure, pain, praise and blame are all external, irrelevant to the peace within. It didn't promise immortality, it promised dignity, and in a world that worshipped wealth and conquest, dignity was divine. Rome fell, but Stoicism did not. Its wisdom survived the flames, carried by monks and scholars, resurfacing in Renaissance humanism, in Enlightenment reason, in modern psychology. When someone today says, "Control what you can, accept what you can't," they're quoting Zeno, Seneca, Epictetus, Marcus, even if they don't know it. Stoicism wasn't born for ivory towers. It was born for battlefields, prisons, palaces, and grief. It was philosophy made for imperfect people in an imperfect world, a faith not in gods but in composure, and maybe that's why it endures. Empires crumble, systems fail, but as long as the human spirit struggles against chaos, Stoicism remains. A lantern in the storm, a calm voice in the dark, whispering what Rome once learned and we still forget. The world cannot be controlled, but the self can. When Marcus Aurelius died in 180 CE, the golden age of Rome dimmed. The empire that had seemed eternal began to crack, not just from enemies at its borders, but from the decay within. Yet while marble crumbled, Stoicism endured. It didn't vanish with the emperors. It slipped quietly into monasteries, into scriptures, into the inner life of a new world that no longer called itself pagan. The Stoics had spoken of reason, nature, and virtue, words that over time would be translated into faith, creation, and grace. The old gods faded, but the discipline of the Stoics found new homes in unexpected hearts. For early Christians, the world was no longer ruled by Zeus or fate, but by divine providence. Yet the Stoic ideal, to live in harmony with nature, to accept what cannot be changed, echoed perfectly in Christian teaching. "Thy will be done" was simply Zeno's life according to nature in another tongue. The Stoic belief that virtue is the only good, that peace comes from within, and that suffering refines the soul, all found resonance in a faith now spreading across the empire. Church fathers like Augustine wrestled with this inheritance. He admired the Stoic strength but questioned their self-sufficiency. Could man truly find peace without God? The Stoics said yes, through reason. Augustine said no, through grace. But even as he argued, their logic lingered in his words. The Christian monk, enduring hardship in silence, seeking serenity through acceptance, living simply and humbly, he was in spirit a Stoic in robes. As the centuries rolled forward, Stoicism sank deeper into the bloodstream of Western thought. It no longer wore the name, but its pulse was everywhere. When medieval scholars taught discipline over desire, they echoed Epictetus. When knights spoke of honor over comfort, they channeled Cato. When theologians spoke of the virtues, courage, temperance, justice, and wisdom, they were repeating the Stoic cardinal principles. But while religion claimed the soul, philosophy quietly reclaimed the mind. In the Renaissance, Stoicism resurfaced in the humanists who rediscovered the old texts. Thinkers like Erasmus and Montaigne read Seneca not as relic, but as guide. Montaigne especially lived Stoicism with a wink. "A man is not hurt so much by what happens," he wrote, "as by his opinion of what happens." It was pure Epictetus, reborn in the language of wit. Then came the Enlightenment, and Stoicism breathed again in reason's new kingdom. Philosophers like Spinoza and Kant dressed it in logic. Revolutionaries like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson lived it in silence. "Discipline yourself," Washington wrote to a friend, "and you will master all." He kept a copy of Meditations by his bedside. For the founders of modern democracy, Stoicism was a moral compass, self-rule as both political and personal creed. Freedom wasn't a gift of the state, it was a state of mind. Even as science replaced superstition, Stoicism adapted. It no longer spoke of fate or divine fire, but of cause and effect, of the universe as a web of reason. Darwin's struggle for survival, Freud's insight into emotion, Jung's search for meaning, all carried faint traces of Stoic thought. The modern age didn't kill Stoicism, it secularized it. In the 20th century, amid the ruins of war and the rise of psychology, Stoicism found new relevance. Soldiers, prisoners, and survivors turned to its calm certainty. Viktor Frankl, imprisoned in Auschwitz, wrote that everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given circumstance. He was not quoting Marcus Aurelius, but he might as well have been. His man's search for meaning became modern Stoicism in flesh, reason and resilience meeting despair and refusing to bow. From Frankl's existential defiance came a new form of therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, the most widely used psychological treatment in the modern world. Its foundation? The Stoic idea that our thoughts, not our circumstances, create our suffering. Change your perception, and you change your life. What Epictetus taught on a stone bench in Greece now echoes in clinics, schools, and self-help books around the globe. And in the age of noise and speed, Stoicism speaks louder than ever. Its words have found a new stage. Podcasts, YouTube channels, digital journals, a strange return to the agora through screens and scrolls. Millions now read meditations as if Marcus were writing for them personally, which, in a sense, he was. Be tolerant with others, he wrote, and strict with yourself. The Stoic challenge still stands, to master not the world, but the reaction to it. Modern Stoicism is no longer confined to philosophers. Athletes quote it before competition, CEOs before meetings, soldiers before battle, students before exams. It has become a manual for modern chaos, a blueprint for sanity in a world that mistakes busyness for meaning. It teaches the same simple, radical idea: control what you can, let go of what you can't, and act with virtue in between. Yet beneath all its modern rebranding, Stoicism remains what it always was: a conversation between reason and reality. It doesn't promise happiness without pain, but dignity within it. It doesn't deny emotion, it disciplines it. It doesn't reject ambition, it refines it. The Stoic doesn't escape the storm. He stands in it, unmoved, because he knows that storms are temporary and character is not. The Romans are gone, the legions have turned to dust, but the Stoic flame, that calm, clear light, still burns quietly in the heart of anyone who chooses reason over rage, composure over chaos, virtue over vanity. And perhaps that's what the ancients understood better than we do, that the world will always be unpredictable, but the self need not be. Stoicism's final lesson isn't about fate or philosophy, it's about freedom, the kind that no empire can give or take away. It's the freedom to think clearly, act rightly, and endure gracefully. And in that quiet strength, the wisdom of Greece lives on, disguised in the language of mindfulness, resilience, and peace. The names have changed, but the truth hasn't. To master yourself is to master the world. If the Stoics built fortresses of reason, the Epicureans built gardens. Beyond the noise of Athens, past its marble courts and crowded markets, a small gate opened into a world of calm. Inside were no gold statues, no temples, no debates, just trees, sunlight, laughter, and a handful of friends sharing bread and philosophy. This was the garden of Epicurus, a philosopher's refuge where happiness was not conquest, but quiet. Epicurus was born in 341 BCE, long after Plato's Academy and Aristotle's Lyceum had carved philosophy into pillars of logic. By then, Greece was weary. Wars had drained its glory, empires rose and fell, and the grand questions of justice and reason had grown distant from ordinary life. Epicurus brought philosophy back down to earth, to the kitchen table, to the heart. His question wasn't cosmic. It was simple. How can we live well without fear? He found the answer not in gods or politics, but in nature and moderation. He taught that everything, the stars, the soul, the wind in the trees, was made of tiny particles called atoms, colliding in an endless dance. There was no divine plan, no eternal punishment, no cosmic drama, just the quiet rhythm of the universe unfolding as it must. Fear, he said, is the enemy of happiness, fear of death, fear of pain, fear of gods. The first step toward peace is to understand that we are free from them all. Death is nothing to us, he wrote, for when we exist, death is not present, and when death is present, we no longer exist. To Epicurus, this was not despair, it was liberation. Life was precious precisely because it was brief. The gods, if they existed, lived in perfect serenity, untouched by human affairs. They neither punished nor rewarded, they simply were. Knowing this, the wise man lived not in anxiety, but in gratitude. But the world has always misunderstood Epicurus. For centuries, Epicurean became synonymous with indulgence, with wine, luxury, excess. Yet the real Epicurus would have shaken his head at the feast. He lived on bread, olives and cheese, saying that a simple meal shared among friends brought greater joy than a banquet served in fear. If you wish to be rich, he said, reduce your desires. Pleasure for him was not extravagance, but absence, the absence of pain, of worry, of want. True happiness wasn't found in adding more, but in needing less. He called it ataraxia, tranquility of the soul. To reach it, one must cultivate 3 friendships, with nature, with others, and with oneself. Friendship, he said, is not luxury, but necessity. Of all the things wisdom provides to make life entirely happy, much the greatest is the possession of friendship. In his garden, everyone was welcome, men and women, free and enslaved, young and old. The walls that divided Athens fell away inside. Philosophy for Epicurus was not for the few, but for the human. He taught that pleasure, rightly understood, is the guide of life. Every choice and avoidance should aim at well-being of body and peace of mind. He distinguished between natural desires, like food, shelter, companionship, and empty ones, like fame, power, and wealth. The latter can never be satisfied. The former are easily met. Nothing is enough to the man for whom enough is too little. Epicurus didn't reject reason. He made it a tool for serenity. He advised his followers to study nature not to conquer it, but to understand it. Knowledge dispelled superstition. Clarity dissolved fear. If you wish to make Pythocles rich, he told a friend, do not give him more money, but reduce his desires. It was a kind of emotional physics. Remove the forces that disturb the soul, and tranquility remains. His philosophy spread quietly, like perfume in the air. The garden became a sanctuary from politics, religion, and the endless chatter of ambition. Where the Stoics sought strength through endurance, the Epicureans sought peace through acceptance. One faced the storm with composure, the other avoided it altogether, yet both sought the same goal, freedom from suffering. As the centuries passed, Epicurus's teachings traveled through poets like Lucretius, whose On the Nature of Things sang the beauty of a self-regulating universe. Soothing was the voice of Epicurus, he wrote, who freed men's minds from superstition's yoke. The poem would survive wars and censorship, rediscovered in the Renaissance, where it reignited science and reason. It reminded humanity that to understand nature is to dissolve fear, the same truth that Galileo and Darwin would later echo. Still, his enemies, the moralists, the priests, the power-hungry, painted him as a hedonist. They feared his calm more than his pleasure. A man who no longer fears death cannot be ruled by it. A people who seek contentment need no empire. Epicurus had created something more subversive than politics, a private revolution of the heart. He taught his students to live as if every sunrise were a gift, every breath a reason for gratitude. To find joy in simple food, honest friendship, and quiet thought. To remember that peace is not purchased, but practiced. The Epicurean didn't renounce life. He embraced it gently, fully, without greed. He didn't worship the gods. He admired the universe. He didn't seek immortality. He lived as though he already had enough. In the end, Epicurus died as he lived, calmly, surrounded by friends, thanking them for the happiness they'd shared. "I write this to you on my last day," he said, "which is also the happiest of my life." His pain was great, but his mind remained serene. For him, philosophy had done its work. Fear was gone, joy remained. Centuries later, his name still carries the scent of that quiet garden. Bread, laughter, sunlight. In a world obsessed with more, his whisper remains radical. To live well is to live simply. And in that simplicity lies the deepest pleasure, not the thrill of indulgence, but the peace of enough. The garden of Epicurus outlived its gardener. The olive trees aged, the laughter faded, the city changed. But the idea that happiness is a craft, not a chase, refused to die. When Athens fell silent and empires rose over its ruins, the seeds of Epicureanism scattered, carried by travelers, poets and dreamers who found in his simple words a cure for the restlessness of the human heart. It was the poet Lucretius who would keep that flame alive. In his great work, De Rerum Natura, on the nature of things, he transformed Epicurus's atoms into poetry. He described the universe not as a battlefield of gods, but as a vast, eternal dance of matter and motion. "Nothing is ever created from nothing," he wrote, centuries before science proved him right. To Lucretius, understanding nature wasn't just knowledge, it was liberation. The thunder no longer frightened him. The eclipse no longer felt divine punishment. Fear was the child of ignorance, and knowledge was the parent of peace. His verses, banned and forgotten for 1,000 years, were rediscovered during the Renaissance by a book hunter named Poggio Bracciolini. In a dusty monastery, he found a manuscript that would quietly change the world. From it, thinkers like Galileo, Newton and Darwin would later draw courage, the idea that nature could explain itself without miracles. Epicurus's atoms had returned as modern science. His pursuit of peace had become the pursuit of truth. Yet Epicurus's deeper message, that pleasure lies in simplicity, also survived, reshaped by the pens of writers and philosophers. Montaigne, in his tower in 16th century France, read Epicurus and nodded. He wrote that true contentment comes not from wealth or fame, but from self-understanding. "The greatest thing in the world," he said, "is to know how to belong to oneself." It was Epicurus in Renaissance clothing, the garden reborn inside a library. In the Enlightenment, his spirit moved again. Thinkers like Jefferson, Diderot and Hume admired his reason and his rebellion. Jefferson even wrote, "I too am an Epicurean." For him, the pursuit of happiness, enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, was not indulgence, but a natural right to live without fear. Epicurus' belief that pleasure was freedom from pain, that happiness was peace, became a democratic philosophy. Every person's life was worthy of joy. But Epicureanism was more than comfort. It was courage, the courage to reject what society demands in favor of what the soul actually needs. In a world that worshipped power and eternity, Epicurus dared to say that being mortal was enough. In an age of greed, he taught sufficiency. In an empire of spectacle, he found meaning in smallness. His followers didn't retreat from life. They refined it, stripped it of noise until only peace remained. Even when religion called him a heretic, his influence seeped through its cracks. Monks who vowed simplicity, hermits who sought silence, mystics who found God in the stillness of the heart, all lived in echoes of Epicurean calm. They may have prayed instead of philosophized, but their serenity was the same. A quiet mind, an unburdened soul. As modernity dawned, the Epicurean idea evolved again. The industrial world filled with machines, noise and hunger for more, but the philosophers who resisted it, from Thoreau at Walden Pond to Schopenhauer in solitude, shared his conviction that happiness cannot be bought, only cultivated. A man is rich in proportion to the number of things he can afford to let alone, Thoreau wrote, walking barefoot among the trees, a new Epicurus beside a pond instead of a garden. In our own century, his wisdom has quietly threaded itself into psychology, mindfulness, and minimalism. The therapist's advice to live in the present, the monk's reminder to detach from craving, the designer's mantra, less is more. They all echo the same ancient whisper, reduce your desires. The idea that peace comes from subtraction, not addition, is no longer philosophy's secret. It's the antidote to modern exhaustion. Epicurus would smile at our world, so connected yet so anxious, so wealthy yet so wanting. He'd see the endless scroll of desire on our screens and gently remind us, pleasure begins when wanting ends. His wisdom, now repackaged in podcasts and self-help books, still points to the same truth, that fulfillment is an inward art, not an outward conquest. The modern Epicurean isn't the gourmand at a feast, but the person who sits quietly with a cup of tea, phone face down, heart unhurried. Yet there's a deeper power in his teaching, one that modern life often forgets. Epicurus didn't preach escape, he preached understanding. He didn't tell people to withdraw from the world, but to see it clearly. Fear, he said, is the shadow cast by ignorance. Remove ignorance, and the shadow fades. That insight, that knowledge heals emotion, still guides science, medicine, and therapy today. Epicurus's philosophy was never about denying joy. It was about learning its shape. Real pleasure, he said, isn't the thrill of excess, but the calm of contentment. It's found in small rituals, bread shared among friends, sunlight on the face, gratitude before sleep. It's found in the decision to let the world be what it is, and to be at peace with our place in it. His garden may have vanished, but his invitation remains open. Step through the gate, breathe, and look around. The world, with all its chaos, still offers beauty enough. The atoms still dance. The mind can still rest. And in every quiet moment when you realize you already have what you need, Epicurus is there, smiling, simple, eternal, reminding you that joy was never complicated. Athens had seen philosophers in robes of white linen, poets crowned with ivy, orators draped in pride, but never one who lived in a barrel, never one who begged for food and mocked kings, who threw away convention like trash and called it liberation. His name was Diogenes of Sinope, and to some he was a madman, to others the last honest man alive. He was the philosopher who barked at hypocrisy, slept on the streets, and carried nothing but a cloak, a stick, and an unbreakable sense of truth. If Stoicism was armor and Epicureanism a garden, cynicism was a fire, wild, unapologetic, and impossible to contain. The cynics began with Antisthenes, a student of Socrates who took his master's lessons and stripped them to the bone. Socrates had taught that virtue was the only true good. Antisthenes agreed, but he went further. If virtue was all that mattered, then everything else was a distraction. Wealth, fame, comfort, reputation, all were chains disguised as gifts. Freedom, he said, meant needing nothing and fearing no one. To be happy, one must be sufficient to oneself. It was philosophy as rebellion, a refusal to kneel before society's illusions. But it was Diogenes who turned that rebellion into a spectacle. Banished from his hometown for defacing the currency, both literally and metaphorically, he arrived in Athens with nothing but contempt for pretense. He lived like a stray dog, eating scraps, sleeping in the open, mocking everyone from merchants to magistrates. When people called him dog-like, he laughed. "Yes," he said, "for I fawn on those who give me something, bark at those who refuse, and bite the wicked." Thus the word cynic, from kynikos meaning dog-like, became his badge of honor. He believed civilization had made humans weak, slaves to comfort, opinion, and vanity. So he threw civilization away. He owned nothing, desired little, and feared less. One day, seeing a child drink water with his hands, Diogenes smashed his own cup, saying, "A child has beaten me in simplicity." His life was a sermon without a temple. He sought no disciples, only examples. He mocked power with fearless humor. When Alexander the Great came to meet him, the conqueror found the philosopher sunbathing on a street corner. "I am Alexander, king of the world," said the emperor. Diogenes didn't bow, didn't rise. He merely squinted up and said, "Stand out of my sunlight." The soldiers gasped. Alexander laughed. "If I were not Alexander," he said, "I would wish to be Diogenes." And that perhaps was the highest compliment ever paid to freedom. To Diogenes, truth was not found in books or temples, it was lived. He saw philosophers arguing about virtue while living in comfort, priests preaching humility while collecting wealth, and politicians boasting of justice while chasing power. He stripped away their masks. "Other dogs bite their enemies," he said. "I bite my friends to save them." His philosophy was confrontation, not to destroy others, but to wake them. He didn't speak of ethics. He embodied them, naked and unashamed. He walked through Athens in daylight with a lantern, saying, "I am looking for an honest man." People laughed, thinking it was a joke, but it wasn't. He was exposing the hypocrisy of a society that prized appearances over truth. The cynic's lantern wasn't for light. It was for reflection. Every smirk and sneer it revealed was part of his lesson. Most people are actors, and honesty is the rarest art of all. Cynicism wasn't pessimism, it was purification. The cynics believed that happiness comes when nothing can be taken from you. If you have no possessions, no reputation, no dependence, you are invincible. Poverty wasn't shameful, slavery to desire was. They lived with dirt on their skin, but clarity in their souls. To become free, Diogenes said, throw away your cup, your house, your fear. It was brutal advice in a world obsessed with comfort, but it worked. Their way of life scandalized Athens. The cynics mocked rituals, ridiculed fashion, and laughed at authority. They were the original social critics, the first counterculture. Yet beneath the shock and laughter was a deep moral vision. They believed that virtue meant harmony with nature, honesty before self, and freedom from illusion. They lived what others only preached. In their poverty, they found power. In their defiance, they found peace. Over time, their influence spread quietly. Crates of Thebes, a student of Diogenes, gave away his fortune to live as a beggar. His wife, Hipparchia, left her wealthy family to join him, one of the first women in philosophy to reject luxury for truth. Together they wandered the streets, teaching that love and virtue need no possessions. From their example would later emerge Stoicism, which borrowed the cynic's discipline and transformed it into structure. Even the proud Stoic Zeno began as a cynic student before founding his famous porch. But Diogenes' shadow stretches further than Athens. His raw defiance became the spirit of every age that questions comfort, from monks in the desert to rebels in the streets. His laughter still echoes in modern satire, in art that mocks hypocrisy, in every voice that dares to say enough. The cynics didn't offer complex theories. They offered a mirror. They forced humanity to look at itself, unfiltered, unwashed, unafraid. Their philosophy was a call to honesty, the kind that strips the soul bare, to live without pretense, to act without fear, to speak without deceit. They didn't seek approval because they didn't need it. Their freedom was radical, their simplicity scandalous, their truth unforgettable. In a world forever chasing wealth, status, and screens, their message still burns like a match struck in daylight. You don't need more. You don't need permission. You only need the courage to live by what you believe. And perhaps that's what made the cynics the freest of all. Not that they owned nothing, but that nothing owned them. After Diogenes died, they buried him outside the city he had mocked. A dog carved on his tombstone, its head lifted toward the sun. The Athenians who once laughed at him now whispered his name like a warning and a legend. The man who had slept in a barrel and spat at luxury had become immortal, not because he built a system, but because he lived a truth too wild to die. The cynics had no temples, no texts, no schools, only examples. But examples, when they are pure enough, don't fade. They haunt. The philosophy Diogenes lived spread like wildfire in whispers. His students carried the torch of defiance through the streets of Greece and Rome. Crates of Thebes, once wealthy and refined, gave up everything for the freedom of nothing. He walked barefoot through the dust, laughing at beggars who still worried about coins. His wife Hipparchia, the philosopher who chose poverty over privilege, scandalized society simply by living as his equal. Together they turned marriage, the most conventional of human institutions, into an act of rebellion. They proved that love, too, could be stripped of pretense. Their influence ran deep. When Zeno of Citium washed up in Athens after a shipwreck, he found himself drawn to the cynic's blunt wisdom. He trained under Crates, learning that peace doesn't come from wealth or comfort, but from detachment. From that seed, Zeno built Stoicism, a philosophy that tamed cynicism's fury into discipline. Stoicism gave structure to Diogenes' chaos, turning instinct into ethics, rebellion into reason. Yet beneath the marble of Stoic logic still beats a cynic heart. The Stoics' virtue, self-control, and indifference to fortune were born in the barrel of Diogenes. In this way, the cynics became the conscience of philosophy. Every system that followed, Stoicism, Christianity, even existentialism, carried a trace of their savage honesty. They were philosophy's reminder to keep it real, to live it, not just lecture it. While others argued about the nature of virtue, the cynics showed it, bare, immediate, and often offensive. They lived without illusion, and in doing so became immune to manipulation. As centuries turned, their spirit resurfaced in unexpected forms. The early Christian hermits who fled to the desert, the ascetics who slept on stone, the saints who mocked the pomp of bishops. All were cynics in new robes. They too sought freedom from possessions, praise, and the politics of men. They too believed that purity required stripping life down to its essence. When St. Francis of Assisi walked barefoot through Italy, begging for food and preaching simplicity, Diogenes might have smiled. The barrel had become a monastery. Later still, during the Renaissance and Enlightenment, thinkers rediscovered the cynic's defiance. Writers like Montaigne and Voltaire admired their courage to question hypocrisy. Artists painted Diogenes not as a lunatic, but as a prophet of authenticity, a man who refused to be tamed by civilization. He became a symbol of the individual against the machine, of integrity over approval. Even Nietzsche, centuries later, looked back and called Diogenes the freest spirit ever to live. For Nietzsche, the cynic was the original iconoclast, laughing at gods, kings, and conventions alike. But the cynic's shadow stretches beyond philosophy into the veins of culture itself. Every movement that dares to say no to conformity carries a spark of his rebellion. The wandering monk, the bohemian artist, the street poet, the minimalist who sells everything to live simply, they are all descendants of that first man in the sunlight, unashamed and unowned. His barrel has become the van, the cabin, the tiny house, the life lived outside the algorithm. In the modern world, cynicism has changed shape. Too often it's mistaken for bitterness, the smug disbelief that anything is sincere. But the ancient cynics weren't nihilists. They believed in virtue, in honesty, in freedom. They simply refused to find them in the marketplace. Their cynicism was not despair, it was defiance. They were trying to live truthfully in a dishonest world. Real cynicism isn't about giving up on humanity. It's about refusing to pretend. And maybe that's why they still matter. Because every generation builds illusions. Wealth as worth, fame as purpose, comfort as happiness. And every generation needs someone to smash them. The cynics remind us that you don't need much to live well, that you can't lose what you never cling to, that laughter, honesty, and courage are worth more than applause. In our age of curated perfection, where identity is edited and authenticity filtered, the cynic's message hits harder than ever. Be free, Diogenes would bark, by being real. He'd tell us to stop polishing our lives and start living them. To sleep if we're tired, speak if we're angry, laugh if we're joyful, without waiting for permission. His lessons weren't delicate. They were carved in raw truth. He'd look at our endless consumption, the gadgets, the goals, the scrolling, and see the same chains he mocked in Athens. He'd smash the screen like he smashed his cup and remind us that happiness was never for sale. Freedom isn't comfort, it's honesty. Peace isn't abundance, it's absence. The cynics weren't saints, they were the antidote to self-deception. In every era, there are few willing to live so nakedly, to reject the masks that culture demands. But those few change everything. They show us that beneath the noise, life is simple. Eat when hungry, rest when tired, love without lies, live without fear. It's not complicated. It's just hard, because truth always is. When we strip away the layers of performance, when we dare to be enough as we are, we walk in Diogenes' footsteps. His lantern still burns, not searching for an honest man now, but reminding us to be one. The cynics were rebels, yes, but also healers. They tore down illusion so the soul could breathe. They didn't escape the world, they exposed it, and in doing so, showed us how to live freely inside it. They left no temples, no dogmas, no promises of paradise, only one enduring commandment, simple and fierce: live truthfully, and you will never be ruled again. In a world still echoing with the voices of Stoics and cynics, a quieter sound began to rise. A question mark. The age of certainty was crumbling. Philosophers had built temples to reason, ethics, and virtue. But under the marble ran a crack. How can we ever know that we know? From that single fracture grew an entire school of thought, one that made doubt not a weakness but a discipline. These were the skeptics, heirs of Pyrrho, wanderers who sought peace not through belief, but through the art of uncertainty. Pyrrho of Elis, a companion of Alexander the Great on his eastern campaigns, returned from India with a strange calm. He had seen priests and mystics claim divine truth, had watched empires collapse under conviction, and decided that perhaps the problem wasn't ignorance, it was certainty itself. Nothing can be known for certain, he said, not even that. To most Athenians this sounded absurd. To Pyrrho, it was freedom. If no opinion could claim absolute truth, then there was no reason for anxiety, anger, or pride. The wise man, he taught, suspends judgment and finds peace in epoche, the stillness that comes from saying, "I do not know." Unlike the cynics, the skeptics didn't sneer at the world. They studied it patiently. They questioned everything, the senses, logic, even reason's own authority. They noticed that perception deceives. The stick in water bends. The sun seems to move. Dreams feel real. If our senses lie, and the mind builds truth on those lies, what foundation can we trust? Better, they said, to live humbly in doubt than arrogantly in illusion. Pyrrho's followers didn't withdraw from life. They floated through it. When asked how he crossed busy streets without fear, Pyrrho smiled and said that experience guides where knowledge cannot. To the skeptics, everyday life required action, not conviction. One could eat, love, and teach without pretending to possess ultimate truth, a radical thought in a culture obsessed with certainty. Centuries later, Sextus Empiricus, the physician-philosopher, gathered their scattered ideas into a living system. His Outlines of Pyrrhonism reads like a manual for intellectual sanity. He argued that for every claim, an equal counterclaim can be made. Since both appear reasonable, the mind should rest in suspension. Out of that rest comes ataraxia, not ignorance, but serenity. The skeptic isn't paralyzed by doubt, he's liberated from dogma. He walks through a world of competing truths and bows to none. Their goal was never to destroy knowledge, but to cleanse it of arrogance. They believed truth might exist, but human beings are too limited to hold it perfectly. By accepting that, they found a rare kind of peace, the peace of not needing to be right. The beginning of wisdom, they said, is the recognition that our opinions are opinions. To their opponents, this sounded like surrender. The Stoics accused them of weakness. The dogmatists called them parasites who thrived on other men's ideas. But the skeptics smiled and asked, "How do you know that's true?" Their power lay not in doctrine, but in dismantling it. They were philosophy's mirror, showing every school the cracks in its certainty. And though they built nothing, their questioning kept every system honest. The influence of skepticism rippled far beyond Greece. Roman thinkers like Cicero borrowed their caution. Early Christians borrowed their humility before mystery. During the Renaissance, when reason and faith collided again, skepticism returned through Michel de Montaigne, who carved Pyrrho's motto onto the beams of his study, "Que sais-je?" What do I know? From him, Descartes learned to doubt methodically. From Descartes, modern science learned to test rather than believe. Every experiment, every peer review is a quiet salute to Pyrrho's lantern of uncertainty. In our own age of information and misinformation, the skeptics might feel strangely at home. Surrounded by voices claiming truth with absolute confidence, they would remind us that conviction and correctness are not the same. They would urge patience, evidence, humility. They'd tell us to question even the algorithms that shape our thoughts, to hold opinions lightly, to replace outrage with curiosity. Yet skepticism, like all philosophies, carries danger. Too much doubt becomes apathy. Too much questioning can hollow out meaning. The ancients knew this. Sextus warned that skepticism must lead to tranquility, not despair. Doubt is a tool, not a tomb. It exists to carve away false certainty until what remains, however small, is real. And that is the paradox of the skeptics. They doubted everything except the value of doubt itself. They taught that wisdom isn't the end of questioning, but the grace to keep questioning forever. The Stoics sought strength, the Epicureans peace, the Cynics truth, but the skeptics sought balance, a steady mind in a trembling world. Their legacy is everywhere we ask, how do we know? In science, journalism, ethics, and even self-reflection. Every moment we pause before judgment, every time we admit, I might be wrong. Pyrrho smiles across 23 centuries, for he knew what few dare to accept, that certainty comforts the ego, but silence strengthens the soul. The skeptics left no temples, no prayers, no promises of enlightenment, only a compass, reason in one hand, humility in the other. And in that gentle uncertainty lies perhaps the most reliable truth of all, that to doubt wisely is the beginning of wisdom. When the ancient skeptics vanished into history, their silence didn't die, it deepened. For centuries, their question lingered like a faint hum beneath the noise of faith and empire. How do we know what we know? That hum grew louder as the world grew bolder. When the Middle Ages cracked open and light spilled into the Renaissance, humanity rediscovered the thrill of questioning. And behind that light, faint but unmistakable, was Pyrrho's shadow. It was Montaigne who first gave the ancient doubt a modern tongue. In his library tower, surrounded by books and solitude, he carved his motto into the beams above his head: Que sais-je? What do I know? For him, skepticism wasn't despair, but honesty, a way to live gently with uncertainty. The plague of man, he wrote, is the opinion of knowledge. He saw arrogance in theologians and scientists alike, and decided that humility was the only antidote to madness. He didn't reject truth. He simply refused to pretend it was simple. From Montaigne's quiet study came the blueprint for modern reason. His essays, intimate, meandering, disarming, taught Europe that thinking wasn't about answers, but exploration. He doubted not to destroy belief, but to make belief worthy of trust. And through him, a new kind of skepticism was born, one that wouldn't hide from mystery, but face it with open eyes. A century later, René Descartes took that same doubt and forged it into method. He began with nothing, stripped away every certainty, even the evidence of his senses, until only one truth remained: cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. From that fragile spark, he rebuilt knowledge piece by piece. Descartes' doubt was surgical, not chaotic. It became a tool for precision, the foundation of science. He taught that real certainty doesn't come from faith or tradition, but from systematic questioning. Every experiment, every hypothesis is a tribute to that disciplined doubt. Then came David Hume, the Scottish philosopher who pushed skepticism to its edge again. Hume looked at human reason and saw limits. We think we know cause and effect, he said, but we only ever see one event followed by another. The connection, the why, is something our minds invent. Habit, not logic, builds the world we trust. His conclusion was unsettling. The universe makes sense not because it must, but because we need it to. Hume's humility shook philosophy to its core. Even Kant, who sought to rebuild certainty, admitted that Hume awoke me from my dogmatic slumber. Through the Enlightenment, skepticism evolved from doubt into discipline. It birthed the scientific method: observation, hypothesis, testing, revision. Knowledge no longer descended from temples, it rose from evidence. The skeptic's humility became science's integrity. Every experiment begins by saying, "Let's see if I'm wrong." And when proven wrong, the scientist celebrates, because truth, unlike pride, has no ego. Yet skepticism didn't stay confined to laboratories. It shaped art, politics, and ethics. In questioning authority, it gave birth to democracy. In questioning dogma, it made room for tolerance. The Enlightenment thinkers, Voltaire, Diderot, Jefferson, wielded doubt like a scalpel against tyranny. To them, reason was a candle in the dark, and every superstition it melted away was a victory for humanity. But doubt is a blade that cuts both ways. When the 19th century arrived, the same skepticism that had freed the mind began to unsettle it. Nietzsche warned that by doubting everything, the West had killed its own gods. Science could explain how, but not why. Skepticism had given us light, but also shadows. Without faith, what meaning remained? The old question of Pyrrho returned sharper than before. In the modern age, that question still hangs in the air. Technology has given us answers faster than wisdom can digest them. We live surrounded by information, but starving for certainty. The skeptic spirit, once revolutionary, is now both savior and challenge. It reminds us to think critically, to verify, to question authority. But it also asks for balance, doubt without despair, inquiry without cynicism. Skepticism today lives in every scientist, journalist, and teacher who demands evidence before belief. It lives in every mind brave enough to say, "I don't know," in a world that rewards noise over nuance. It's the pulse of progress, Not flashy, not loud, but steady, rational, patient. And maybe that's the true legacy of Pyrrho and Sextus. They taught humanity to live intelligently with uncertainty, to doubt not because the world is empty, but because truth deserves effort. Doubt, after all, is not the opposite of faith. It's the beginning of understanding. The skeptics never built a temple because they believed truth doesn't need one. It only needs open eyes, an open mind, and the courage to say, even after centuries of thought, what do I really know? By the 3rd century of our era, the world of Plato and Aristotle was fading. Rome was no longer a republic of reason, but an empire of survival, vast, violent, and weary. Yet even as the old gods lost their voices and temples fell into ruin, a new kind of philosophy began to bloom in the shadows. One that didn't look down at the earth like Aristotle, nor only within like Socrates, but upward towards something beyond all form and thought. This was Neoplatonism, and its prophet was a quiet man named Plotinus. He lived not for fame or fortune, but for transcendence. To his students in Rome he seemed almost absent, a man whose body was present but whose mind was elsewhere, always reaching for what he called the One. Plotinus believed that all existence flowed from a single ineffable source, beyond gods, beyond reason, beyond being itself. It was not a deity to be worshipped, but a light too pure to name. Everything in creation, from the stars to the human soul, was a reflection of that light, and philosophy's task was not to define it, but to return to it. He said that the soul, before birth, lived close to this divine source, but once incarnate it forgot, distracted by matter, tangled in desire, lost in noise. The philosopher's journey, then, was remembrance, to turn inward and upward, to cleanse the self of illusion until only light remained. Knowledge for Plotinus was not accumulation, but awakening. Withdraw into yourself, he said, and look. And if you do not yet see yourself beautiful, then act as an artist would. Make yourself beautiful. This wasn't the cold logic of Aristotle or the political ethics of the Stoics. It was philosophy as spiritual ascent, a ladder from shadow to radiance. He called the steps emanations. From the one comes the nous, divine mind. From the nous, the soul, and from the soul, the material world. To live wisely was to reverse that descent, to rise back through contemplation, shedding the weight of the world until union with the One became possible. Plotinus described that union not in words, but in silence. He said he had experienced it only a few times, moments where the self dissolved, time vanished, and the soul merged with its source like a drop of water returning to the sea. It was ecstasy, not in pleasure, but in presence. To him, this was the ultimate purpose of philosophy, not argument, but return. His student Porphyry recorded his teachings, collecting them into 6 books of 9 treatises each, the Enneads. In those pages, Plato's ideas found new life, transformed by mysticism, softened by compassion, expanded by imagination. Neoplatonism became not just a philosophy, but a map of reality, a way to see the universe as a living hierarchy of being, radiating outward from divine unity into infinite diversity. The influence spread quietly but deeply. Pagan priests found in it a new theology. Early Christians found in it a language for God. Thinkers like Augustine read Plotinus and saw in his One the reflection of the Christian creator. The divide between philosophy and faith blurred. Where Plato had spoken of the forms, Augustine spoke of heaven. Where Plotinus described the soul's return to the One, Christianity preached the soul's return to God. The current was the same, only the name changed. But Neoplatonism was not religion. It demanded no worship, offered no dogma. It was a discipline of seeing, a practice of stripping away illusion until only truth remained. It asked the philosopher to balance logic with love, intellect with intuition, To know was to become what one knew. The highest knowledge wasn't spoken, it was lived. Plotinus himself refused statues, refused even to reveal his birthday. "We must not," he said, "attach our soul to the image of a body." He saw philosophy as purification, an act of remembering that the world is shadow and the soul is light. And though he never sought fame, his ideas would shape centuries of mystics, from Islamic Sufis to Christian theologians, from the Renaissance to Romanticism. Wherever thinkers searched for unity behind diversity, for meaning behind matter, they walked in Plotinus's footsteps. In the end, Neoplatonism was Greece's final gift to the world, a bridge between philosophy and spirit, between the visible and the invisible. It taught that beneath reason lies wonder, and beyond knowledge lies love. Plotinus's voice still whispers across time, calm and luminous. "You are not a stranger here. You have only forgotten where you came from." And in that whisper, philosophy became prayer. When Plotinus died, his students said the air itself seemed to grow still, as if the world paused to listen for a sound that had slipped beyond hearing. His body faded, but his vision lingered. The belief that all things flow from one radiant source and that beauty, truth, and goodness are its reflections. That vision would ripple quietly through centuries, reshaping religion, inspiring artists, and giving philosophers a way to speak of the divine without dogma. Neoplatonism didn't end with him. It diffused like light through stained glass, coloring everything it touched. His disciple Porphyry carried the torch first, editing the Enneads and spreading their message across the empire. He defended philosophy against superstition, teaching that salvation was found not in ritual but in realization, the awakening of the soul to its origin. Later came Iamblichus, who added a new rhythm to Plotinus's melody. He blended philosophy with theurgic practice, sacred ritual as a ladder back to the divine. For Iamblichus, prayer, symbol, and ceremony weren't superstition. They were poetry, the language of ascent for those who could not climb by reason alone. Thus, Neoplatonism became a bridge between intellect and faith, between thought and worship. When Christianity rose to dominate the ancient world, many of its thinkers found in Neoplatonism a language already half divine. Augustine, once a restless seeker, read Plotinus and saw mirrored in the one the God he had been searching for. The Christian soul's journey, from sin to salvation, from separation to union, mirrored Plotinus's ascent from matter to light. Augustine's confessions echo with that same yearning, the soul remembering its source. From there, Neoplatonism flowed into theology, reshaping how the West imagined heaven, the soul, and divine beauty. In the Middle Ages, its flame was tended by the mystics. The anonymous author of The Cloud of Unknowing urged seekers to abandon knowledge and rise through love, a direct echo of Plotinus's teaching that the highest truth cannot be thought, only felt. Pseudo-Dionysius, writing under the guise of a disciple of St. Paul, wove Neoplatonic hierarchy into Christian angelology, a ladder of light, descending from the unknowable God through ranks of being. His vision would influence saints and scholars alike, from Thomas Aquinas to Meister Eckhart, each seeking the union Plotinus once described in silence. Then came the Renaissance, when the ancient world's buried wisdom was rediscovered and the old Greek voices spoke again. Artists and thinkers in Florence gathered under the spirit of Neoplatonism, especially under Marsilio Ficino, who translated the Enneads and Plato's works into Latin. For Ficino, love was the force that drew the soul upward, beauty the reflection of the divine in matter. Painters like Botticelli and sculptors like Michelangelo shaped that belief in marble and colour. Every graceful curve, every beam of light in their art was an echo of the one, the divine shining through the world. Neoplatonism gave the Renaissance its soul. It whispered that art wasn't mere imitation, but revelation. That when we encounter beauty, we are momentarily remembering heaven. It told poets that inspiration is divine breath, scientists that the cosmos is ordered harmony, lovers that affection mirrors eternity. It replaced fear with wonder, turning religion from obedience to awe. Even in modern times, the current still moves unseen. Romantic poets like Wordsworth, Shelley, and Blake spoke of a divine presence in nature, of the soul's reunion with infinite light, pure Neoplatonism in verse. Philosophers like Hegel and Emerson echoed its logic of unity, and in the language of psychology, the ascent from darkness to awareness remains its shadow, the journey of the self back toward the source. Neoplatonism's endurance lies in its generosity. It never claimed monopoly on truth. It invited all faiths, all seekers, to recognize that beneath the diversity of forms lies a single light. It allowed reason to touch mystery without fear. It taught that beauty is not luxury but revelation, that every act of creation, a song, a painting, a moment of compassion, is the world remembering what it is made of. In the end, Plotinus's vision wasn't about escape from life, but illumination within it. To see the divine not in some distant heaven, but in the eyes of another, in the rhythm of nature, in the stillness of thought. The light he spoke of never left the world, it simply waits for attention. Every time an artist seeks beauty, a thinker seeks truth, or a soul seeks peace, the flame of Neoplatonism flickers again, silent, ancient, eternal. All things are one, it whispers. And in knowing that, you return to the light. The marble of Athens has long since crumbled, its temples worn by time and war, but the ideas born beneath that same sunlight still walk among us. Every time a scientist tests a theory, a citizen votes, or a thinker questions power, the ghost of Greece lingers close by. The philosophers who once debated in the shade of olive trees could never have imagined the world their words would build. Yet every circuit, constitution, and classroom hums with their legacy. Greek wisdom did not fade. It evolved, seeded into the very soil of civilization. It began with the daring belief that reason itself could explain the world. Before the Greeks, gods ruled the sky and fate ruled men. But Thales, Anaximander, and Pythagoras whispered that the cosmos might follow order, that nature could be measured, not merely feared. From their wonder came mathematics, geometry, astronomy, the first maps of truth drawn not in myth, but in logic, to ask why, instead of merely who, was the birth of science. The stars no longer belonged only to priests, they belonged to anyone who could think. From there, Socrates turned reason inward. He walked the streets of Athens like a mirror, forcing people to see their own contradictions. "The unexamined life is not worth living," he said, a line that still echoes through classrooms and therapy rooms, boardrooms and battlefields. Socrates made self-awareness a moral act. He taught that wisdom wasn't a possession, but a pursuit, a lifelong conversation with the truth. His student Plato captured that voice in dialogues that became philosophy's scripture. Plato's world of forms, invisible, eternal truths behind every shadow, would haunt thinkers for millennia. But more than metaphysics, he gave the West its first blueprint of education and governance. In the Republic, he imagined a society ruled not by wealth or power, but by knowledge. And though the dream of philosopher kings remains fantasy, the principle endures, that leadership must be guided by wisdom, not appetite. Aristotle, ever the realist, grounded Plato's visions in earth. He taught that truth lives not in the heavens, but in the patterns of nature, in the logic of cause and effect, in the study of what is. He dissected everything, plants, politics, poetry, and from his patient observation grew the roots of empirical science. To him, virtue was not divine favor, but habit. The good life was not mystical, but practical. Balance, reason, and purpose. These became the moral compass of Western civilization. The political world changed too. The idea of democracy, born in the assemblies of Athens, carried the same spirit, that the search for truth belongs to everyone. It was messy, flawed, and fragile, but it recognized something sacred in dialogue. Even today, when citizens debate, protest, or vote, they act out a ritual older than nations, the ritual of logos, of reasoned speech as the heartbeat of freedom. Greek wisdom didn't stop with philosophy. It redefined art and ethics too. The sculptors of Athens sought not mere likeness, but ideal beauty, balance, proportion, the harmony of the body and the soul. Tragedy, born in the theatres of Dionysus, taught empathy through suffering. Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, they turned myth into moral reflection, showing that even gods could be questioned and that justice, though cruelly delayed, still mattered. When Greece fell, its wisdom scattered, carried by Rome, preserved by scholars in Alexandria, whispered through the centuries by monks, poets, and wanderers. It resurfaced in the Renaissance, ignited the Enlightenment, and continues to flicker in every field of human inquiry. Modern science traces its logic to Aristotle. Psychology owes its roots to Plato's soul. Democracy still beats with the rhythm of the Athenian assembly. And perhaps the most powerful inheritance of all is the Greek refusal to stop asking questions. From the Stoics' calm endurance to the skeptics' restless doubt, from the cynics' defiance to the Neoplatonists' longing for light, all were branches of the same tree, grown from the same soil of curiosity. They taught that truth is not a treasure to be hoarded, but a flame to be shared, one that demands both courage and humility to hold. We live surrounded by their echoes. When scientists probe black holes, when philosophers debate ethics in artificial intelligence, when artists chase the perfect form, they continue the same ancient dialogue. Athens never died, it merely changed address. Greek philosophy began as a conversation under open skies, and perhaps that's where it still belongs. Every generation must return to that place, ask again what it means to live well, to think clearly, to be free. The marble may be dust, but the light that once shone upon it remains. The conversation that began in Athens never truly ended. It simply changed languages, tools, and tempos. Every question we ask today about truth, justice, and existence still echoes the voices of men who walked barefoot through the dust of the agora. The world has changed beyond their wildest imagination. Satellites circle the skies once ruled by Zeus. Medicine conquers plagues once blamed on Apollo. Yet the structure of our thought remains unmistakably Greek. We are, in a quiet but profound way, the children of their questions. When we speak of logic, we speak in Aristotle's voice. His syllogisms, if this then that, became the grammar of reasoning that guides science, law, and even the algorithms of modern machines. When we talk about evidence, experiment, and proof, we are extending the same hunger for clarity that drove him to dissect the world and name its parts. And when we debate what is good, what is just, or what makes a human life meaningful, we step into the same circle that Socrates once drew around his listeners. A space where truth is pursued not through authority, but through honest conversation. The Greek philosophers didn't give us answers, they gave us methods. They taught us how to think, not what to think. Their genius was not invention, but inquiry. They believed that every truth must survive the fire of argument, that knowledge grows stronger when challenged, not protected. That belief became the foundation of the scientific method and the democratic process alike. Both rest on the same courage, to question without fear, and to accept that truth must always remain open to revision. In politics, their spirit is alive in every voice raised against tyranny. Pericles' Athens, flawed yet visionary, imagined citizens as active participants in their own destiny. The idea that power should answer to reason, not lineage or divinity, was revolutionary then, and remains fragile now. Each election, each protest, each debate on freedom is part of the same fragile experiment that began beneath the Acropolis. That reasoned dialogue can hold a society together better than force ever could. In ethics, their influence is woven through every moral code that values balance, empathy, and self-knowledge. Aristotle's golden mean, the Stoics' discipline, the Epicureans' pursuit of peace, all teach that wisdom is moderation, not extremism. In an age addicted to noise and outrage, those ancient virtues feel almost rebellious. The Greeks would remind us that the soul, like the city, collapses when it loses harmony. Their legacy extends even deeper, into art, psychology, and the quiet architecture of the human spirit. When artists seek beauty through proportion and light, when storytellers explore tragedy and catharsis, they walk paths first paved by Athenian dramatists and sculptors. The symmetry of a Renaissance painting, the tragic flaw of a Shakespearean hero, even the arc of a modern film, all trace their lineage to the Greek sense of form, fate, and human dignity. Even our inner lives owe them a debt. Plato's allegory of the cave became the first map of consciousness, the struggle between shadow and truth, ignorance and awakening. Today, therapists and thinkers still explore those shadows, searching for light within the human mind. The word psyche itself, meaning soul, carries their fingerprint. The Greeks were the first to turn inward and ask not just what exists, but who am I? That question remains philosophy's heartbeat. Their wisdom also taught us the value of imperfection. Greek tragedy revealed that even the noble can fall, that wisdom often comes through suffering, that mortality gives meaning to our choices. In an age obsessed with progress and perfection, the Greeks would tell us that beauty lies not in control, but in acceptance, that to be human is to live between virtue and error, courage and fear, light and shadow. And perhaps that is why their ideas endure, because they speak not to a culture, but to a condition. They knew that the pursuit of truth is endless, that every generation must rediscover it in its own way. The same fire that burned in Plato's academy flickers in classrooms, universities, and online forums today, wherever people gather to ask why. In science, their influence shines through each discovery that replaces myth with evidence. In ethics, through every movement that defends justice through reason. In art, through every attempt to express the divine through human hands. And in ordinary life, through every person who dares to think independently, question deeply, and live deliberately. The Greeks gave us no commandments, only questions, and that may be their greatest gift. For questions never die, they only evolve. They follow us through centuries, forcing us to measure ourselves against them. What is truth? What is beauty? What is good? These were their obsessions, and they are still ours. The marble of the Parthenon may crumble, but the dialogue continues. In laboratories, in parliaments, in hearts. Civilization itself is their echo. And as long as humanity keeps asking, keeps seeking, keeps doubting, the spirit of Greek philosophy remains alive, not as memory, but as motion. The conversation that began under an open sky still speaks, reminding us that wisdom is not an inheritance, but an act, a daily choice to think, to wonder, and to never stop asking why. If the Greeks could see us now, our glowing screens, our cities of glass, our voices carried through invisible air, they might marvel at what their ideas have built. Yet they would recognize the same hearts beating beneath all the noise, still restless, still searching for meaning. For all our technology, we are not so different from the citizens of Athens who once gathered to ask what it means to live well. The questions have not changed, only the scenery has. The first lesson the Greeks would remind us of is that the good life begins within, not in wealth or fame or applause, but in the quiet harmony between mind and soul. Socrates would walk among us, shaking his head at the way we chase distraction, trading thought for noise. He would tell us to pause, to turn inward, to examine ourselves. For him, wisdom was not about knowing the world, but knowing oneself, and through that knowledge, finding peace. The unexamined life, he would whisper, is not worth living. The Stoics would agree, but their voices would be sterner. They would look upon the chaos of our modern world, the outrage, the anxiety, the endless hunger for control, and teach us once more the art of endurance. Epictetus, born a slave, would remind us that freedom begins not in circumstance, but in attitude. We suffer not from events, he said, but from our judgment of them. The Stoics taught that serenity is a skill, one learned through discipline, humility, and acceptance. To live well, they'd say, is to focus on what lies within our power and let the rest drift like dust in the wind. But the Epicureans, often misunderstood as lovers of indulgence, would smile softly and offer a gentler wisdom. They would remind us that pleasure is not excess, but balance, that happiness lives in simplicity. Epicurus believed joy came from friendship, freedom, and reflection, not from gold or fame. He taught that peace comes when we stop wanting what we do not need. Do not spoil what you have, he said, by desiring what you have not. In a world addicted to more, his voice would sound like a cure. The cynics, rough and wild, would bark at our comforts and illusions. Diogenes, if he were alive today, would live without possessions, mocking our dependence on things. He would tell us that honesty is the rarest courage and freedom the rarest wealth. His lantern, still glowing, would search the crowded streets for an honest person, perhaps shining into our screens and selfies, asking if we still know who we are without our masks. His lesson would sting, but it would also free us, that virtue needs no validation and truth no decoration. Then the skeptics, gentle in their doubt, would step forward. Pyrrho would smile at our arguments and our certainties, our endless wars of opinion. He would remind us that peace begins when we stop needing to be right. Suspend judgment, he'd say, and let tranquility find you. In a world drowning in information but starved for understanding, his ancient calm would feel like oxygen. Skepticism was never cynicism. It was humility before mystery, a reminder that even reason must bow to wonder. And from above them all, like a melody through centuries, would come Plato's voice, soft, distant, yet eternal. He would tell us that beyond the noise, beyond the shadows, something timeless still calls to the human soul. The search for truth is the search for beauty, and beauty in its purest form is goodness made visible. Every act of love, every moment of insight, every spark of creativity is a reflection of the eternal light. The same light that his teacher Socrates died defending, and his student Aristotle carried into every science and art. If there is one thread binding all these teachings, it is this: wisdom is not knowledge. It is balance. The Greeks did not aim to conquer nature, but to understand their place within it. They saw the world as a living rhythm, reason and emotion, body and soul, self and society, all parts of one harmony. To live wisely was to keep that rhythm steady, to play one's note well in the grand music of existence. In our age of speed, we mistake motion for meaning. The Greeks would remind us to slow down, to think, to listen, to measure progress not by profit, but by peace of mind. To remember that technology may extend life, but philosophy deepens it. They would ask us not how fast we can move, but how deeply we can live. The wisdom of Greece was never about escaping the world. It was about living fully within it, awake and aware. They believed that virtue was the art of being human well, and that the highest purpose of reason was to make the soul shine. 2,000 years later, that light still burns, quiet but unextinguished, waiting for anyone willing to pause long enough to see it. The story of Greek philosophy isn't just history, it's a mirror. Every age that gazes into it sees its own reflection, shaped and softened by time, but lit by the same eternal flame. What began as questions whispered in stone courtyards has become the architecture of our minds, the quiet compass guiding billions of choices every day. Even now, in a world louder and faster than the Greeks could ever have imagined, their wisdom burns like a small, steady light, not blinding but unyielding. They taught that the pursuit of truth is not a luxury, but a duty. Socrates died for it, drinking the hemlock with calm defiance rather than abandon the examined life. He proved that integrity could outlive the body, that courage could silence even death. From his example we learned that conviction matters, that a single voice asking why can shake an empire. Every time someone stands up for truth against power, the spirit of Socrates rises again. From Plato, we inherited the dream that there is more to life than appearances, that behind the chaos of the world lies order, meaning, and beauty. His allegory of the cave is still our story, humanity chained by illusion, struggling toward light. The screen may have replaced the shadowed wall, but the challenge remains the same: to turn away from surface and seek the real. In every act of creation, every work of art, every search for justice, we are still reaching for that higher form, that glimpse of perfection that calls to something immortal within us. Aristotle gave us reason, the clear, measured language of cause and effect that built science, law, and logic. But he also gave us ethics, reminding us that intellect without virtue is empty. He saw that happiness is not pleasure or luck, but the fulfillment of purpose, the harmony between who we are and what we do. His wisdom still guides those who seek meaning through excellence, who strive not for wealth, but for mastery of their craft. He would tell us that the good life is not an accident, but a habit, a deliberate act of becoming. The Stoics taught resilience, a strength not born from hardness but from understanding. They believed that we are not victims of the world, but partners in its design. Their calm in the face of chaos feels more urgent now than ever. Marcus Aurelius, writing in the dim glow of his campaign tent, asked himself to remain just, patient, and kind, even in the machinery of war. "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be," he wrote. "Be one." His words still echo across centuries, a challenge to live with discipline in an age of distraction. The Epicureans, gentle and human, offered the counterbalance. They reminded us that joy is not forbidden, that peace is the soul's natural state. They would tell our anxious century to savor simplicity, friendship, laughter, stillness, the taste of food shared without hurry. They would tell us that a quiet life is not a small one. Epicurus's garden may have been small, but its philosophy fills the world, that happiness, when freed from greed and fear, is already within reach. The cynics remain our moral provocateurs, the ones who refuse to play along with pretense. In a time obsessed with appearances, Diogenes would walk among us unmasked, mocking our vanity and reminding us that freedom begins when we stop pretending. His lantern would still search the streets and screens for honesty. He'd remind us that truth is not polite, and authenticity is an act of rebellion. Then come the skeptics, whispering their timeless warning, "Be humble in your knowing." In a world of endless information and noisy certainty, their call for patience and balance feels almost sacred. To doubt is not to despair. It is to honor complexity. They would tell us that peace comes not from being right, but from being real enough to admit when we're not. And finally, the Neoplatonists would lift our eyes again to the sky. Plotinus's voice would return like a song, a reminder that all things are connected, that beneath the fragmentation of modern life lies a single pulse of unity. "You are not a stranger here," he said. "You have only forgotten where you came from." That line could be the epitaph of philosophy itself, a call to remember what it means to be human. Greek wisdom endures because it is not a doctrine, but a dialogue. It doesn't command, it invites. It doesn't demand faith, it asks for courage. The courage to think, to feel, to fail, and to begin again. It teaches us that virtue is not perfection, but effort, that meaning is not given, but made. The ancients left us no answers, only the tools to build our own, logic for clarity, ethics for guidance, art for wonder, and love for purpose. So when the noise of the modern world feels unbearable, when truth seems fractured and life feels rushed beyond reflection, perhaps the answer lies not ahead, but behind, in that same open air where philosophy was born. Step back into that sunlight. Listen, the voices are still there, calm, questioning, human. They remind us that wisdom is not old, only waiting. The Greeks gave us the language of thought, but more than that, they gave us the courage to think at all. And as long as we keep asking why, as long as we keep seeking balance between heart and mind, their flame will never die. Because wisdom, like fire, is meant to be passed on.